Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Nestled in a classic New England setting, amid 200-year-old elm trees and charming colonial homes, stately sea captains' homes, and charming Cape Cod salt boxes, Shoreway Acres is a graceful blend of Cape Cod's past and present. Shoreway Acres, proud sponsor of Falmouth Community Television.
Green Harbor Waterfront Lodging is nestled in a woodland setting on a picturesque ocean inlet. Green Harbor offers a family waterfront vacation. Enjoy our private boating beach with dock, rowboats, and paddle boats, oversized heated outdoor pool, and kiddie pool. Relax in our waterfront and beachside accommodations. 548-4747 or gogreenharbor.com. People think that a locally owned and operated appliance store may not offer what they need. Actually, we have trained and dedicated sales associates, expert delivery and installation, professional repair service, and personal customer service. Plus, we have access to a huge local warehouse with over 6,000 models in stock. Crane Appliance. We call the Cape and Islands home. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
The Quarterdeck Restaurant, located on Main Street in the heart of Falmouth, specializing in fresh local seafood and other classic American cuisine, featuring a full bar with friendly staff. And the Bucatino Restaurant and Wine Bar, located in North Falmouth just off Nathan Ellis Highway, featuring catering services with 2 full event rooms serving up classic Italian cuisine. The Quarterdeck Restaurant and Bucatino Restaurant and Wine Bar, we're here to serve all our friends in Falmouth.
Good evening. Welcome to the Falmouth Select Board meeting of August 10th, 2020. We are going to adjourn to executive session under Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, Collective Bargaining. Vote to affirm ratification of one-year contract with Library Union. And as chair, I proclaim that not to adjourn to executive session could harm the town in future negotiations. So by roll call, I'll have a motion to adjourn.
I would second, but is it actually the term adjourn or is it to move? I don't want anyone to accuse us of adjourning when we're not really adjourning.
Okay.
Well,
So
I
our-
think say you could recess to executive session to return.
Okay, so we'll recess to executive session. We will return at 7 o'clock back to open session.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor by roll call, English Braga, aye. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Okay, we'll be back. I'm going to call the August 10th, 2020 meeting back to order. We've just returned from executive session, and we now return to our regular agenda. We are conducting our meeting remotely as we have been, and we have the opportunity for folks to participate both in advance if they send us any emails with public comment or concerns that they'd like to share, or during real time by joining our Zoom meeting and using the chat function. And there are instructions at the Selectmen's website, on the town website, the Selectmen's page, that explain how to do all of that. And just a reminder to folks that if you're participating, to keep your microphone muted when you're not speaking, and to just make sure that you speak clearly. And if I am not seeing you because I'm not noticing that you're raising your hand, please let me know. And certainly we appreciate the assistance of our IT folks who make these meetings run very smoothly. So we will get started. And let me ask you to first identify who is here for the record, just by when I call your name out, saying present. So English Braga present, Doug Brown.
Brown present.
Nancy Taylor.
Taylor, present.
Ann Patterson.
Patterson, present.
Doug Jones.
Jones, present.
Okay. And Town Manager Julian Suso. I think he was muted, but we saw him say present.
Present.
Thank you. And Assistant Town Manager Peter Johnson-Staub.
Present.
Great, thank you. And did we need to make any announcements at all, Peter? If you
Madam
could do
Chair,
that
yes.
for us about what we just did in executive session
Sure.
before we
Right. In executive session just a few minutes ago, the Select Board voted to approve a one-year renewal collective bargaining agreement with the employees that are represented by the Library Union, and that agreement includes a 2% wage increase and an alignment of sick leave accrual that is in keeping with what has recently been changed with other unions. So again, a one-year agreement, 2%.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, if you would join me in a Pledge of Allegiance. Doug Brown has the flag for us to utilize if necessary. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to the flag
to the flag
of the
of the United States of America
and to
and to the republic
which
which it
United
stands,
States,
one
nation,
nation, under God,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and
liberty,
justice.
justice.
justice for all.
Great, thank you. Okay, we have a long agenda tonight, so I just want to note a couple of things for folks that are joining us. Last time we met, we went until after midnight. We know that that is difficult for folks who are trying to watch. It's difficult for individuals who are on the agenda trying to participate. So we will really appreciate folks who are joining us tonight, keeping their comments succinct and to the point. And if we seem to cut you a little bit short, it's just in the interest of making sure that individuals and groups later on the agenda get their full measure of our attention. So we apologize in advance if we need to do that. Additionally, for folks who have been emailing us, and it's been many, many individuals about the application for the tea room in North Falmouth. That is, in fact, that application, it has to stay on our agenda because it was publicly noticed, but the petitioner is not going forward with that application. They contacted us via council at the end of last week, notifying us that they were withdrawing that application. So I don't want people to be waiting either to speak in favor or in opposition, because that item, while it is still on our agenda, will in fact not be a hearing that we have tonight. So if you are on for that, you're welcome to stay, but don't feel that you need to in order to make your comments. Okay. Anything for recognition, Mr. Brown?
I don't have anything in particular this week, except for recognition of the continued diligence of our Massachusetts community in wearing masks and practicing safe distancing. We're hearing a lot of reports of people not doing so, but the majority that I see are doing so. So I'm still optimistic that we're going to be maintaining our course and staying healthy.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just another shout out to all of our town employees who are working through this, and particularly the police department and the fire and rescue department that sometimes are exposing themselves to possible infection of COVID-19. Much gratitude to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any announcements? Okay. Now we come to public comment, and just a reminder, public comment is a period of time where any individual can speak for up to 2 minutes on an issue that is not on the agenda. So again, if it's something that's on our agenda this evening, you need to wait until we get to that in order to speak to it. Because it's not on our agenda and it's not publicly noticed, we cannot comment on it and have a conversation with you. So if there's anyone who has any public comment, please let us know. I don't see anything at the moment in the chat. You would use the chat function to do that.
Well, we do have something there from Mr.
It's from
Raposa.
town council. Oh, do we have something for Mr. Raposa in the?
That's on
We
the
do.
agenda.
But are we going to be discussing that this evening?
Yes, it's on our agenda
Yeah.
later.
Right.
It's on our agenda later this evening.
So we'll refer to these comments at that time, I suppose.
Yes, perfect. Okay, so I don't see anything now, but as has been the practice, Peter Johnson-Staub will let us know if somebody enters into that chat a little bit late with a public comment. Okay, moving to summary of actions. Administrative orders, approve warrant for 2020 state primary on Tuesday, September 1st, 2020. Mr. Suso?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. In your packet, you have a copy of that warrant for the state primary, and it requires board action to move forward, and so recommend.
Okay. Any discussion from the board?
I would move approval, but just to point out again that precinct 2 will be designated to be in the old senior center, and precinct 5 is now in the St. Elizabeth Seton Church Hall.
Okay. Thank you for that reminder. I don't think we probably can't say it enough as we get ready for the election to remind people. So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Patterson, second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none by roll call. English. Oh.
You might want to mention the date just to help inform people. This is all important parts of our democracy.
Yep. So the election date is set for Tuesday, September 1st, 2020. And obviously the polls 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And again, this information is always available for individuals on the town website, or if you have confusion about where you're supposed to vote, call the clerk's office and they'll be happy to help you with that. Or if you have a desire to vote absentee, the time is kind of getting close for that, but people should contact the clerk's office and figure out how to do that as well. That's an opportunity that's available it's available to all of us. It's not the usual parameters. So if people feel more comfortable having a ballot come to them in the mail so that they don't have to go out on election day, there should be no impediment to everybody being able to vote in a safe way that they feel comfortable with.
I believe the same thing as happened in the spring will happen again, that there'll be a limit of 6 people in the voting booth, in the voting polling place at a time. Masks will be required. All people working in the voting places will be wearing masks. Michael did a fantastic job of setting up a very, very safe environment. And I'm sure he'll do the same thing for this election.
Thank you. Yes, and we appreciate all the folks who, in the middle of a pandemic, with all of the uncertainty, came out and worked the polls all across town. And those individuals just did a tremendous job. And we know that Michael and his staff and all of those those folks who are going to assist are already gearing up for this election. So it should go smoothly. Okay, so I have a motion, a second. All those in favor by roll call. English Braga, aye. Brown.
Brown, aye.
Taylor.
Taylor, aye.
Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Jones. Did we hear? I don't think we recorded your
Jones,
vote.
aye.
Thank you. Okay, next, vote to accept donation from Marilyn Yee in the amount of $500 to the Marine Environmental Services donations account.
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Patterson.
Jones, second.
Okay, thank you. With gratitude to Miss Yee, we appreciate it. All those by roll call. English Braga, aye. Brown.
Brown, aye.
Taylor.
Taylor, aye.
Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Great, thank you. Next, vote to approve consent to mortgage application by Locust Field LLC for 40B project at 0 Locust Field Road. Mr. Suso or Mr. Johnson-Staub?
Certainly, I can just comment from town council's just affirmed that with regard to the Locust Field 40B project, the board needs to execute in person a consent to mortgage document, which is included in your packet and requires board action this evening.
Okay. Any discussion or any questions about it? We'll all have to be able to get into the office to sign it. And I know that that's been a little bit of a challenge, I'll say, for me. I know it has been, I've been lagging with that. So I know that, we want to get it recorded. And so we do have to have those original signatures on there, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, any questions? If not, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Jones,
Okay,
second.
so, all right, thank you. Seeing no further discussion by roll call, English Braga, aye. Brown.
Brown, aye.
Taylor.
Taylor, aye.
Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to, I guess we can't really do the 7:30 public hearings yet because it's a little bit early. Why don't can we go to number 4, the announced November 2020 town meeting schedule? Do you want to do that, Mr. Suso?
Certainly, Madam Chair, members of the board. In your packet, we have a copy of the suggested schedule. I'm looking through my packet to put my fingers on it.
I know, I'm sorry to throw a curveball. I'm just trying to use our time.
This is a standard format that the board has just in the past in terms of advertising, closure of the warrant, opening of the warrant. The one differentiation with what we've done in the past is in talking with the moderator and given the realities of the pandemic, we are encouraging any and all to consider, that's as town boards, commissions, and others, passing on this November town meeting so we can keep the list of warrant articles to a minimum and be able to deal with this in a shorter meeting. You'll recall that we still have to reconvene to deal with 30 remaining articles in the Springtown meeting. That's something that we're anticipating in the coming 30 to 45 days, working with the moderator. So the one difference in your schedule is rather than having a full 30 days for warrant articles to be submitted, we're suggesting a closure on, and that would be announced tonight, of course, August 10th, but a closure of the warrant, there it is, thank you, on either Friday, August 21st or Friday, August 28th. August 21st would be approximately just under 2 weeks, just under 3 weeks if we go with August 28th. You'll recall that under normal circumstances, you've carried the closure until the Friday after Labor Day. But again, we think that's consideration for a truncated process for having the warrant open is consistent with what we're asking individuals to please consider carrying detailed requests and board items from boards and commissions to the Springtown meeting, spring 2021, when we're all guardedly optimistic that we'll be able to have a more normal town meeting, perhaps pandemic free, but certainly the November one will not be. And that's going to continue to be a major challenge if we have a lengthy list of warrant articles as we did for this past spring, and which we're still facing,
Great.
as I noted, 30 of them remain.
Any
so if the board's
questions
willing,
about?
I'd recommend August 21st, but of course we have a couple different dates for you to make that determination.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that. I'm all in favor of kind of coaching people to hold off on their articles until April if they can. But I think this artificially moving the deadline up 3 weeks means that we might be cutting off significant articles that should be on this warrant. And I'm just very reluctant to change the model for when we close off the warrant to such an early date. That's, if we went by the 21st, that's 3 weeks earlier than normal. And I feel like we ought to be able to have a discussion with the people that are submitting these articles. And if it's appropriate, ask them to defer or to postpone until the April town meeting.
Mr. Jones.
I completely support Mr. Patterson's statement. Knowing that there will be some articles that the town's putting forward, I think to shut them off quite that quickly is problematic.
Okay, any further discussion? So would, Mr. Patterson, would you be saying to move the date to that later August 28th or keep it in the September realm?
No, I would move that we actually close the warrant on September 11th of 2020.
Okay.
That's the Friday after Labor Day.
Any further discussion on that, or is there a second?
I'd just be interested to hear feedback from staff as to why they proposed the earlier date and if that creates problems of some sort that we're not anticipating.
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yep, go ahead.
So the discussion that we had with the town manager and the finance director was, and the health director, was really about COVID-19 and concerned that we may not be in a position to have a lengthy 6+ hour town meeting in the fall. So we thought it would be appropriate to at least have the board consider a concerted effort to request that the public, the select board yourselves and the planning board consider really reducing the number of articles submitted in light of what is, it's very difficult to predict definitively, but from what we're seeing now, it looks like it could be still very challenging to have a safe, long indoor meeting.
So I think that, oh, go ahead, Doug.
I was leaning more towards the 28th. I wasn't sure I was going as far as September 11th, but I just think of the two, I'd prefer the 28th as the date.
Okay. So we have the option of, I guess so that, one is sort of a hard barrier and the other involves kind of conversation and dialogue, which, I think is what, we were talking about, really having conversations with petitioners, having conversations with planning board, talking amongst our board as well, if there was anything we were going to put forward to really think about how we can responsibly craft a warrant that addresses pressing needs, recognizing that even in the best of circumstances, we are going to be very challenged to have a November town meeting. And the shorter it is, the better it's just going to be for health purposes, because we don't have the option of an outdoor setting. So I personally am happy with either date. I think we have, whatever date we pick, I think there's a lot of communication that needs to take place around, just acknowledging that we haven't even finished spring town meeting yet. So we really do, we need to, hopefully we can carry that out in September, and then hopefully we have a shorter, short enough agenda for November. So I'll, if there's a motion for either one of those dates, Sam, if you're, I don't know if you moved the September 11th date.
Actually, I did, but there's not been a second, so it's in the bit bucket.
Okay.
I would like to suggest that we consider the 28th. We do want to shorten it, and by the very nature of the quick date, it's going to shorten it.
Yeah.
I know you feel it's not fair, but it's practical.
Well, I share the goal. That's not the issue. The question is the method by which we hone this thing down so we could maybe do a one-night town meeting. Because length of exposure is clearly linked to the likelihood of being infected. So I'm with you 100%. It's just, I think we should be able to give some room for some of the committees like the Community Preservation Committee that has to deliberate and come up with articles, and get it all done and respect vacations and holidays and that sort of thing.
Seems like
I'm trying to remember who can put articles on the warrant. I know petitioners can, and we can't stop them. I thought all other ones we actually have authority on.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
I think that's accurate. Other than, well, what about the Finance Committee articles? Do we also vote those on?
Well, you have to place them on the warrant, correct?
Okay.
If I could just interject, Madam Chair, the whole purpose on an earlier date was to send out a message that, as much as we regret it, it's just not business as usual. And even with what might be submitted by a date in August, the board may have to make some tough decisions about ultimately what you choose to put on, as opposed to considering carrying some things into the spring when they're likelier to get a better debate, a better discussion, a fairer hearing than a potentially truncated town meeting like the one we just experienced. And again, carrying over a number of articles, it compromises some of the process, unfortunately.
I guess I feel the August 28th date sends that message without completely shutting off the possibility in the next 2 or 3 weeks to come up with something.
I agree, and I also think that we just need to also send the message, which is part of what we're doing tonight and why it's on the agenda, but to reach out, to make it, whether it's, as this is hopefully covered in the enterprise and people can understand who are petitioners or who are thinking about doing that, and then reaching out to those other committees and boards to have that conversation. So rather than just sort of moving the date back as the message, that we actually message and reach out with, that concern and exactly what you just articulated, Mr. Suso, which is that for individuals who really want to have their article given kind of the weight of consideration that everyone wants when they come to town meeting, that it's likely that, a later date holding off on that will probably bring about that result. So I think we have a motion for the 28th.
Patterson second.
Okay, second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor by roll call. English Braga, aye. Brown.
Brown, aye.
Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Julian. Sorry, I'm reading it right off of what I have in front of me. Jones, sorry.
But this is for the whole agenda, not just the 28th.
It's
including
for the
table.
whole agenda with that 28th. That's the date.
Right.
Yes.
I
Okay, great. And
Thank you.
Julian, if we can just follow up with, once, those dates are set, that we follow up with those boards and, just sort of publicly, when we post it in the enterprise, explaining why we're trying to, limit it so that we can hopefully have a successful town meeting in November, knowing that we don't, again, as everyone has said, we don't want a 2-day, 6 hours each night type of meeting.
Oh, a healthy town meeting.
Yes, exactly.
Will do. We'll make that clear, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, well, we're still a tiny bit early, but how about, why don't we do these couple of minutes? Did people have a chance to look at the minutes?
for the reappointments. Can we do the wait officers?
I can move on the minutes if you want.
I didn't hear what you had said, Doug Jones.
We have the
Go ahead, Sam.
reappointment?
If you,
Well, I would move approval of the minutes of Thursday, June 4th, and release to public for public access.
Jones, second.
okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, English Braga, aye. Brown,
Brown eye.
Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones. Oh, I think he froze.
I agree.
Go ahead, Sam. We had enough to pass them anyway, so I'm sure he
Okay.
voted for them.
Then I'm also going to move that we approve the minutes of Monday, June 15th, 2020, and release them for public access.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Hopefully Doug will be able to join us. Get back on track here. All those in favor, English Braga, aye. Brown,
Brown eye.
Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, how about the, I think he was saying that, oh, okay, great. Were you saying that town reappointments? Is that what you're saying, Doug?
Exactly.
Okay. Why don't we take because we have a few minutes and we can do that. Do you have that right in front of you?
Did a second ago. Yes, I would move we reappoint as certified waiters Ernie Santos, Carlos Rebello, William Baldrick, all to terms ending June 30th, 2021.
Patterson, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, English Braga, aye. Brown,
Brown eye.
Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Okay.
Can we do the change of the polling place?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was just gonna, why don't we do the vote to change polling place? We talked about it the last time that we met, and we had to have a statement acknowledging the reasons why and the fact that it wouldn't negatively impact a number of criteria. That has been done. So we'd be moving to change the polling place for precinct 5.
And we already put in our warrant.
Yeah, it's true.
Yes. Yeah, we jumped the gun a little bit, but it is in the warrant. Any discussion on that issue? Okay.
Jones
Do I have
would
a
move
motion?
to change the polling place from precinct 5 to the Elizabeth Seton Meeting Hall.
Patterson, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all by roll call. English Braga, aye. Brown,
Brown eye.
Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Okay, so I think what I can do now is I'll read the public hearing for the tea room, because I do think that we have to read it because it was noticed, and then we'll address it accordingly. So let me just pull it up. Liquor license hearing. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138 of the General Laws as amended that the Tea Room LLC DBA The Tea Room has applied for a new all-alcoholic common victual license to be exercised at 196 Crystal Avenue, North Falmouth, Mass. A hearing will be held in the Select Board Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall on Monday, August 10th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. on the above application. And this was published July 24th in the Falmouth Enterprise. As I noted at the beginning of our meeting, the counsel for the applicant contacted us in advance and asked that the liquor license application be withdrawn. So I don't know that I think we have to approve that request.
I move we close the
Doug, I
hearing.
think
Patterson,
Okay.
second.
Okay. All those in favor of closing the hearing by roll call, English Braga, aye. Brown,
Brown, aye.
Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones.
My only question, I guess, in making that motion is, are we required to have taken any testimony from the public before we close the hearing?
Can we ask Irie or Frank if, I think that they are on. I don't know that we are required to take any testimony. I mean, I guess if we have a hearing, but the specific request was in advance for withdrawing of it. I don't know that we need to, but maybe
I have another question if I could.
We'll try to bring Frank into the meeting.
I have another question. Do we maintain a file? We had this come last year. We had a lot of people take time and effort to send in their comments. And now this year they've done the same. Do those comments become a permanent record, or are they dissolved because this is withdrawn?
I think anything that's emailed to us is part of just as our public email, everything that we email to each other or to Julian, that's all part of a public record that can actually be searched if somebody wanted to do so. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, Peter, it's not as if it's all printed and filed and held in one place under the title of the Tea Room, but it is in our database of communications. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. So it would be retained for 2 years as general correspondence. And if there was no request for it after a 2-year period, we would not have that necessarily as a permanent record.
But last year we actually had testimony from both sides.
Yeah.
This year we're suggesting we're not actually going to take testimony, and I think we actually approved withdrawal without prejudice. And I'm not suggesting that this time.
On that point, I'm not sure if Frank is able to join us. I know he is listed in the chat, and Thomas is working on bringing him in. He may have stepped away from his computer, but we did have input. And Irie is here as well. So Thomas, if you could bring either Irie or Frank in, that would be great. Oh, there's Frank. I will let them answer the question.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Hi, Irie. How are
Just
you?
repeat, because as I get transferred, I lose part of the video.
Yep. So the question was, we had a request by council to withdraw the application prior to tonight's hearing. It had already been posted, so we had to still have it on the agenda and read the notice for this evening's agenda. But what Doug Jones is asking is, are we required to take any testimony since it was still on the agenda and had been duly noticed? Are we required to take any testimony?
No.
The applicant asked for the withdrawal. Can you just tell us what our options are and if there's something that is more appropriate for us to do in this scenario with them having requested in advance?
If you are approving a withdrawal without prejudice, there's no need to take testimony. The withdrawal happens, you just note that there's been a withdrawal. If for some reason you wanted to not allow a withdrawal without prejudice, then it would be a situation where you could make findings, hold a hearing, etc. But there is an option to allow a withdrawal without prejudice and not have a hearing.
Madam Chair, on that,
And can I Yes, go ahead.
So we had an email exchange with Frank earlier, and I just wanted to follow up on that point that Irene's making, that Frank had indicated that unlike some other permits, like a wetlands permit or other regulatory permits, with an alcohol license, the applicant can reapply at any time. So there really isn't a meaning to withdrawing without prejudice. So, even if it was rejected, they could apply again next week. So I don't know that there's,
Right.
the
So we're
distinction
just-
is meaningful in this case.
Approving the withdrawal. Okay, thank you. Okay, so everyone hearing that from Assistant Town Council and from Peter, I think our option here is to approve the withdrawal. I mean, you can say without or with prejudice, but that's not going to really hold any weight for whatever future options are available.
My only concern that still remains is that right now during the summer, we have a ton of people who are in the area of Falmouth that are concerned about this. And I'm worried that they may think, oh, that means they're just going to wait till December when it's quieter and people aren't around to be able to do the exact same application. And those people who are against it may not be around at that time to speak against it. I just want to sort of be a little bit prepared for that consideration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think our
Go ahead, Sam.
memories are better than that. We've seen that whole host of testimony from the people that live in the New Silver Beach area. So those people who happen to be watching, we're not neglecting your comments. I think we'll keep those in the back of our mind for some time.
Okay, thank you.
Great,
Bye.
thank you. Okay. All right, so we have a motion to allow the withdrawal, and do we have a second?
I think they had all voted except for me, so I'm just voting aye.
Okay, did we all vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Except for Doug. Always.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, sorry, Frank. By the time we got you in here, Irie had answered the question, so we'll have more for you though, don't worry. So, all right, thank you, Irie, appreciate it. Thank you, Peter. Okay, next we have wetland dock hearing. Okay, this is a long awaited. We've had this one continued a number of times. Let me just pull up the public hearing notice. Okay. The Falmouth Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing under section 24077 wetland regulations of the zoning bylaws of the town of Falmouth on Monday, March 9th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, on the application of Nicholas J., John S., Anthony P., Penticus, James N. Penticus Trust, UDT, for permission to license, retain, and maintain 2 existing 4x20 floats in and over the waters of Eel Pond Canal. There is an existing waterways license for the bulkhead number 4471 at 5 Canapasset Drive, East Falmouth, Mass. Area affected is Eel Pond. Interested parties may review the file on this hearing at the Selectman's office. This was published Friday, February 14th, 2020, Friday, February 21st, 2020 in the Falmouth Enterprise, and it has been continued to today's date with no further continuances. Those continuances were at the request of the applicant. So welcome. I think we might have a few more people to bring in. I don't know if Mr. Costa is planning to be, okay, I see that there's some additions. Okay, so do we want to start with the applicant just outlining any presentation that they wish to do so?
Hi.
I don't know. Mr. Costa was coming in when I think he was still being connected when we were talking about it. So are you going to do a presentation?
No, Glenn Wood is. Can we elevate him?
Yep, I see him there. Maybe they're just trying to get him promoted. I see his.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. How are you?
Good, thank you. I think I was muted before. Thank you. Matt Costa is with me on behalf of the applicant, along with Charlie Agro from Coastal Engineering on behalf of the Penticus family. I'd just like to make a few brief comments about how we got here, and then turn it to Matt and then to Charlie, and we can answer your questions and address anything that comes up. Basically, this is a canal that was man-made and permitted as part of a subdivision, as we point out in our submittal to the board through our letter of dated August 7th, plus various attachments or exhibits to it. It was permitted back by the planning board in 1971. And in fact, actually, this board approved a special permit for the bulkheading of our client's concrete bulkheading back in 1994. It also, as you pointed out, has a Chapter 91 license for the bulkheading. More recently, in the past recent years, it's come to the Penticus's knowledge that the floats themselves may not have been licensed, both under Chapter 91 and also under zoning. And based on a zoning enforcement request by the neighbor, Mr. Cachadorian, the ZBA agreed that we needed a special permit from this board for the historically used 2 floats, 4 feet in width by 40 feet in total length. That's why we're here before you. Obviously, this application was submitted many, many months ago. I can tell you that I've been in very active discussions with Attorney Wall, who I do a lot of work with on coastal projects on the Cape, and we've both attempted to reach a resolution on behalf of our clients, but to date, unfortunately, have not been successful with this. I would point out, to our understanding, that we don't believe there's any comments from the harbor master or the shellfish constable relative to our application. So we're presuming that there's no navigational issues or shellfish issues associated or concerns with it. And as we also point out, in ongoing litigation, there was a deposition, not by our office, but another attorney for another property owner on the canal. And in it, Mr. Frazier indicated that because of basically the artificial nature and the private use of the canal, he really felt that this wasn't something that the town to the harbor master's office would step into from a navigational perspective. So that's why we're in front of you this evening. I'll just make 3 quick points relative to the submittal from Attorney Wall. We flatly disagree with this concept of what they're pushing for on behalf of their client, where it should go to a 1 float, 1 boat solution and then potentially across the board for the entire historic use of this canal. It's never been like that. It isn't like that. The vast majority of the users on the canal don't have approvals, don't have special permits from you. There's multiple floats. We've never heard of a navigational issue. Mr. Frazier's never heard of one in deposition. And we just think that that's not the reality of the historic use. And also, there isn't a navigational problem out here. Everyone does very well, and it works, including with our float. The second point is the Neighbors Council would prefer us to give up 20 foot off the corner of the setback. We think the board should look at this from an equitable use of the frontage that everyone has. We've got 53 feet of frontage. And by pushing our 2 floats together, we can actually get nearly 14 feet off distance. That gives us 75% of the use. The Cachadorians are going to be coming in shortly with a float for their own use. And at 30 feet with a 24-foot float, that's already 80%. We just think that the board has to look at this knowing that you're likely going to be dealing with multiple properties and come up with a formula. And we think a percentage basis off of the linear length of each person's bulkhead, all of which are very different, would be a reasonable way to go, including for us. And again, we're presently at 10 feet off the corner. We're proposing to be 13 feet, but in reality, by pushing it together, we'd be at 13 feet, 10 inches. And the third point that's made is somehow we should be complying with a 5-foot distance under Chapter 91 setbacks. That regulation is discretionary. It's when feasible, quote unquote. And if that was applied here across the board, or say in Falmouth Inner Harbor, it's not possible. So we just view that point as a red herring. With that, I'll turn it over. Would like to turn it over to Matt for a few brief comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Costa?
Madam Chair, if it's okay with you, I'd like to share my screen to go over a plan.
That's fine.
Can you see this? Can everybody see this?
Yes.
Okay, so for the record, Matt Costa, Cape and Islands Engineering. So what you're looking at here is the end of the canal that we're talking about. And the two properties in question are Mr. Penticus, located at this property right here, and Mr. Cacciadorian over at this property over here. What we have is two existing floats from Mr. Penticus. Those are shown as dashed lines, and they're in here, in these locations here and here. We also have a couple of other floats in dashed areas shown throughout the canal. There is no float currently in front of Cacciadorian's property. What we're also showing here is in this corner, there's a little shallow area. A little bit of a shoal was built up from some erosion and sediment buildup over the years. What we're simply proposing is to take the two floats, which total 40 feet of float length along the canal, push those together, push them up to the end of the property line, and get them approximately 14 feet off the end of the bulkhead. This leaves enough room over in this area for example, a 4 by 24 foot float, which would also be 75% of their frontage, equal to the 40-foot length over here, which is also 75% of Mr. Penticus' frontage. And what we're showing here is that if we take a line projected 45 degrees from the corner, there is room to dock. This is a 22-foot boat in this area. And there would be room to fit the 4 by 24 foot float along with an appropriate sized vessel. Some other arrows that are shown on here is actually how the boat maneuvers. And this input was taken from a boat captain, an experienced boat captain, who you'll hear from next. And what this shows is how they would maneuver the boats in and out of the spots. So in this particular case, the boat would come out stern first, maneuver this way, backing up and then pulling out. And the Penticus would do something similar, stern first, backing up, reversing, and then pulling out. And as they would come in, they would simply just pull in bow first in each location. In the bow first orientation has some advantages because it keeps the boats far from the corner, and it also will keep the boats away from the shallow area to protect the substrate in this canal. This is really straightforward. We tried to approach this as simple as possible, believing there's beauty in simplicity, and trying to find an equitable solution. And we thought that just a simple basic math of taking a percentage of each frontage usable area and then having two people cooperate on how they docked their boats would be the best solution for each party involved. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Charlie, who I don't know if he's been promoted yet. Does anybody see if he's in the list? I can't really see from here. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now.
I see he just needs to start video. If we can start his video and unmute him. I think he's coming on now. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. And yes, as Matt had just explained, I visited the site, and when I first arrived at the site, as he showed on the plan, the docks were oriented in a way that there was about a 3-foot gap in between them, and the easternmost float, which is the one that's closest to
Your connection is
property line, was about a foot deep.
a little bit, Charlie. Your connection is breaking up a little bit. Can you just repeat what you were saying? We lost the first part of what you were saying.
Sure. Is this any better now?
We'll see. It kind of keeps coming in. And would you just state your whole name and just what your qualifications are, just so that we have it for the public record?
Yes. For the record, my name is Charlie Agro with Coastal Engineering Company. I'm a certified licensed OUPV operator captain by the United States Coast Guard. I'm also a project manager for Coastal Engineering Company and a hydrographic surveyor. I operate our boat for hydrographic surveys. I do engineering and permitting for similar type projects. So I was hired to provide a opinion based on the safety of navigation in and out of Mr. Penticus's boat spot, as well as a potential dock at his neighbor's house, Mr. Cacciadorian. And as I was saying before, when I first arrived on the site, the boat was oriented in the opposite direction. And I took a few measurements out there to try to determine where his neighbor, Mr. Cacciadorian's dock might be out in the area, and how both property owners could have a dock and have a boat and safely dock their boats. And I came up with the solution of rotating Mr. Penticus's boat 180 degrees with the bow facing the northwest corner of the bulkhead. And then Mr. Cacciadorian could potentially bring a boat in, as shown on Matt's plan that he just showed, with his bow pointed towards Mr. Penticus's property. So both boats would be pointed bow to bow. The bow is the front of the boat, which is the narrowest part of the boat, which just geometrically leaves more space for either boats to operate and to dock up safely. I also had a chance to operate Mr. Penticus's boat, and going in and out of the canal I found was very safe and easy. There's a very low tidal flow in and out of the area. The tidal amplitude's under 2 feet, which is about as low of tidal amplitude as there is on Cape Cod, which means that tidal flows in and out of the canal are about as low as you're going to see around here. And just looking at the area, the area is kind of surrounded by areas of higher elevation. And so I would assume that, just given the orientation of the canal and the protection from the higher areas, that it's probably a pretty protected area from wind as well. So being protected from tidal flows and wind-driven currents, I figured that this is about as safe of an area to drive in and out of. It is a tight area to drive in and out of, but that just seems to be the nature of the canal. It seems like most of the property owners have a dock or 2 docks or a boat or 2 boats, and some owners have boats up to 35, 40 feet across the canal. And I think this situation, and as shown on Matt's plan, there's enough room for both owners to have a dock and a boat and safely berth them along their potential docks as shown here. And at this point, I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Great, thank you. Mr. Jones.
I'll start with my questions with Mr. Agro. So I understand you work for Mr. Costa, is that correct?
No, I work for Coastal Engineering Company.
Okay.
For New Orleans, it's a different engineering company.
All right. Can you give me any reason why the boats were brought in the opposite way? I understand what you're saying makes perfect sense. Why would they ever bring in the boat the way it was?
I don't know. I'm just so it's maybe easier to pull out of there on the way out, and why some people back into a parking spot.
Because also I understand the
pull in.
Water level is fairly low there, so there's a good chance that if they do it the way they were in the past, the prop wash was actually sometimes hitting the ground. I am so confused as to why this was a brilliant idea on your part to turn it the other way when it seems so obvious to me as a boat owner that that would be the way to do it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this, it accomplishes a lot of different things. And looking at the plan that Matt showed, and as Matt stated with that 45-degree line, I feel that, between the usage of that 45-degree line kind of shows the equitable usage and where a boat could be, and kind of breaks down each property owner's space in there, because it's a corner, and having boats in a corner is not ideal, but it can be done, and it can be done safely in this location.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Agra.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for anyone who has presented information thus far? Oh, Doug, go ahead. And then I see Nancy.
So I guess going back, I'm not sure whether it's to Mr. Wood or Mr. Costa. I've been there a number of times, and often there have been two boats there. I'd like to know definitively whose boats those are every single time I go there.
I can answer that. To the best of my knowledge, there's one boat there now. Mr. Pentagus.
I'm not saying now, I'm saying that this has been going on for 2 or 3 years that we've been dealing with this canal. And I've always seen two boats there. And I'd like to know whose those boats are.
I don't know whose boats were there in the past.
Mr. Wood?
My understanding is that there's always been a Pentagus boat at the property, and maybe given that it's several generations, it's possibly historically, because the floats have been there for some number of years, there's been a second Pentagus boat. Admittedly, there's been a friend or family friend or person in the immediate area that has had a boat there, say, for instance, this past season. That's been prohibited, and so that isn't a continuing practice.
It was actually prohibited and licensed 25 years ago.
Well, I think if the board did research, they'd find a lot of boats on that canal are, not only property owners. So, admittedly, that's an issue that needs to be addressed. I mean, we would encourage conditioning on the special permit in two ways. One, on a bow-in condition, as you point out, which is obviously the way to go as a boater, myself as well. And then secondly, I think we would likewise suggest a condition that it can only be for the owners of the property's uses to it. I would point out, I believe, and we have it as an exhibit, the 1994 special permit indicates that the bulkhead can be used by the owners and their guests. I don't know if that means transient guests or whatever, and I don't know ultimately what Chapter 91 might do in terms of conditioning this once we get past the special permit process. But we'd be happy to have a prohibition on non-family members, except maybe transient guests.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, you had...
My question's been answered. Thank you, Madam.
Okay. Any other questions at this point in time? Great, thank you.
No questions. I felt like the presentation was very thorough.
Great, thank you. Okay, Attorney Wall, did you want to start? And then we'll hear from Attorney Hoyt.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Also, I do believe that my two clients, Mr. Cacciadorian and Mr. Bayless, are in the waiting room, and I don't know if they want to say something or not, but in any event, for the record, my name is Brian Wall. I'm sorry?
Yeah, we'll start with you, and then if they want to say something, they can just let us know in chat, and we can promote them if they want to make a comment after the end of your presentation, or at any point in time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Go ahead.
So for the record, my name is Brian Wall. I'm an attorney, and I represent in this particular matter Stephen Bayless, who owns 64 Muskeget Road, and Mr. Cacciadorian, who owns 50 Muskeget Road. And Mr. Cacciadorian is a direct abutter to Mr. Pentagus, and Mr. Bayless abuts Mr. Cacciadorian. At the outset of this matter, I just want to make clear what our arguments actually are. it's not so much that we're trying to make an argument for one float, one boat. That phrase actually came from a prior hearing before the Board of Selectmen. One of the selectmen actually said that. But the argument is being driven by the fact that the applicant is seeking to have 40 feet of floats and leaving Mr. Kachadorian 13 feet or less. That's where we're coming from. It's really an application for 2 boats, and it's leaving Mr. Kachadorian with no boat. Secondly, we agree with this Attorney Wood. We are arguing for equitable use of the waterfront. All my clients want is to have enough room for them to have a float and a boat like everyone else in the canal has. And just to jump in quickly, I want to say a couple of things about Mr. Costa's plan. There are 2 boats on the canal. Maybe there's not one right now, but there always have been. And the plan that it was presented only shows 1 boat. And we would make a respectful argument that that's not really clear what's going on out there. If there's 40 feet of floats, you don't need that many floats for a 20-foot boat. So we think there will be 2 boats there. And if you look at the plan, the boats that are shown do not show engines, which take up room. They do not show boats on Mr. Penticus's neighbor's floats, the Mata floats. They do not show an engine on Mr. Kachadorian's boat. They do not show a boat in front of Mr. Bayless's property, nor do they show boats in front of the Dundulis's property. Furthermore, the pattern that the coastal engineering gentleman talked about shows Mr. Penticus backing up where his second boat would be. So we would respectfully submit that that plan really isn't going to work, that there needs to be more room attributed to Mr. Kachadorian. Now, if I may just back up, and my presentation will be relatively brief tonight, but this has been a long time in the making, and I want to just back up for a minute. Things did work pretty well in the canal before Mr. Kachadorian came along, because his lot was a vacant lot, and therefore there was no boat in front of his property. And Mr. Bayless informs me that the property owner that he purchased from was an elderly woman who also did not have a boat. So everything kind of worked okay because there were no need for boats on the terminal end of the canal. But Mr. Kachadorian bought the property. He has since built a home on the property, and he would like to have access to the canal for boating like all his other neighbors. So when he looked at the state of the canal 2 or 3 years ago, there were 2 floats in front of Mr. Penticus's property with 2 boats, and there were 2 floats in front of the Dundulis property on the other side of the canal. So what Mr. Kachadorian and Bayless tried to do was they tried to work within the existing conditions, and they proposed a perpendicular dock at their common boundary, and they were going to share that 1 boat on either side. In April of 2018, they appeared before the Conservation Commission, and they did in fact obtain wetlands permits. And they also appeared before the Select Board back in July of 2018. And similarly, they didn't get the requisite vote, but they got a permit by constructive grant. The point being, at both of those hearings, the neighbors came out and they were very passionate in arguing that the proposed perpendicular float would interfere with their use and their access to their existing floats. So since my client got the permits, Mr. Dundulis appealed the wetlands permit, and Mr. Penticus and Mr. Dundulis appealed the special permit from the Board of Selectmen. As part of the defense of those lawsuits in the discovery process, my clients learned that neither the Dundulis floats nor the Penticus floats had any special permits. And therefore, it made their arguments against the perpendicular dock to be without merit, because without special permits, they had no floats. They might have physically been in the water, but they were basically illegal floats. And they were using these illegal floats to prevent my clients from having the same enjoyment of the waterfront that they themselves were enjoying. Also, to Mr. Jones's point, we learned that the second boat on Mr. Penticus's property belongs to the gentleman across the street from him, Jack Hines, and also that second boat on the Dundulis float is also another boat by Mr. Jack Hines. And the reason we have that evidence is that Mr. Dundulis testified to that under oath in his deposition. So it comes down to the fact that Mr. Kachadorian and Mr. Bayless had to do something to change the dynamics of the situation, so they sought zoning enforcement. And after the ZBA heard all of the evidence, the ZBA found that both of the floats lacked a special permit, and the ZBA has ordered them to be removed unless and until a special permit is obtained. And obviously that's why we're here tonight. But the posture that's before the select board is very different. When we were before the select board 2 years ago, we were trying to fit within those existing conditions. But now that the board is aware of the fact that Mr. Penticus does not have a special permit, there's essentially a blank slate and the board can hit the reset button. And what we're asking for the board to do tonight is the following. Mr. Penticus, my clients, Mr. Cachadorian and Mr. Bayless, have decided to suspend their efforts to obtain the perpendicular dock. And what they want to do, and what they think will be best for everyone, is to have parallel floats adjacent to their bulkheads. But in order for that to work, they need adequate room in front of their particular corners. And so what's important to understand, I think, about the plan is the following. Floats, in order to work, need to be about 4 feet in width. A boat beam that is a standard size that fits on a trailer that goes over the road is 8 feet 6 inches. When you bumper or fender a boat tying up to a dock, that adds another 6 inches. When you do the math, that adds up to 13 feet. And basically, Mr. Penticus has 53 feet of frontage and is proposing 40 feet of floats. So that leaves 13 feet. That will be physically occupied by a boat tied up at Mr. Cachadorian's dock. And so basically what needs to be done, we respectfully suggest and we ask, is that there be 13 feet plus adequate room to maneuver a boat safely without colliding with other boats in the various tide and wind conditions that can be expected. We're not trying to prevent Mr. Penticus from having 2 boats, but we simply want to have enough room for Mr. Cachadorian and likely Mr. Bayless, similarly Mr. Bayless, to be able to have their boat. And so we simply are saying that the application that's presented to you is not fair because it doesn't leave Mr. Cachadorian adequate room. We are currently preparing our plan. I did submit a draft working progress plan to the board on Friday. We expect to be before the Conservation Commission within a week or two. And once we get through there, we expect a file before the Board of Selectmen probably within about a month. And we're simply asking the board to look at the terminal end of the canal comprehensively and leave enough room, real room, for people to be able to get in and out with a boat. That's basically what my clients are asking for.
Thank you, Attorney Wall. Any questions for Attorney Wall before we hear from Attorney Hoyt? Mr. Brown.
Attorney Wall, have you had a chance to read the report done by the coastal engineer, the Charlie? I'm sorry, I forgot your last name.
I did. I received it on Saturday. I think that it doesn't really change much of anything because I go to something that Mr. Brown said. Mr. Jones said earlier. There have been 2 boats out there forever and a day. I think there's 1 boat there now, and I'll be very blunt about it, because they're before the board asking for a permit, and they've made the situation look as good as possible. What I think needs to be done, I would respectfully ask, is that there be a certain amount of bulkhead in front of Mr. Penticus's property left free and clear of boats and floats, because there's nothing that can stop a boat from just tying up to the concrete wall, just to give Mr. Penticus enough room to get in. And bearing in mind that math that I did about the 13 feet of width, that's also projecting out from Mr. Penticus's property. And so if he puts his floats within 12 feet of the corner, you have to remember that the float and the boat project laterally into the canal 13 feet. And so Mr. Cachadorian, when he's going to come in like that, he can't make that corner. And what's not shown, so your question, Mr. Brown, was about the expert report, but I refer again to Mr. Costa's plan. It doesn't show a boat on Mr. Bayless's float. So it doesn't show how Mr. Cachadorian is actually going to be able to back up. It doesn't show a second boat on Mr. Penticus's 40 feet of floats. It doesn't show really actual conditions. And so what you're being shown is something that would work as shown on the plan, but what's shown on the plan isn't what's going to be in the canal.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I guess pretty much.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, Attorney Hoyt, did you want to present? And then if there's any, we'll hear any other questions from the board. And if there's any sort of rebuttal, Attorney Wood, we're happy to hear it. And then the board can deliberate from there. So go ahead, Attorney Hoyt, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board. Again, my name is Drew Hoyt. I represent Frank and Patricia Dundulis, who own the property on the opposite side of the canal from Mr. Penicus, the applicant. And my reason to be here and want to make a few brief comments tonight is just to, my hope is to caution against and try to avoid anything happening in the context of this hearing that might inadvertently interfere with the Dundulis' ability to implement a settlement agreement that they have reached with respect to their side of the canal. We have a settlement agreement that we've reached with Mr. Bayless and with Mr. Cachadorian, that by which the essential terms are that the Dundulises are going to move their floats so that there is no float, boat, engine, anything protruding over a line that would be 17 feet from the terminal end of the canal. So it's going to give Mr. Bayless 17 feet of, free space in which to have, his parallel float, his boat, his bumpers, etc., and room to maneuver. And that was a hard fought negotiation. Some of you recall how long this has been going on and the dispute between the parties. But we're going to be coming to this board on a similar time frame as Attorney Wall previewed for his clients. We're also getting an application ready to the Conservation Commission to get an order of conditions. They've already signaled multiple times that they don't have any opposition to the Dundulis proposal to move their floats as proposed. And so my request to the board really is as you deal with current pending proposal, that rather than try to devise any formula or rules that you might try to apply prospectively, across multiple properties, rather to look at each property and application based on the factors that are unique to those properties. The corner that we're talking about today is significantly different than the Dundulis corner, primarily because the Dundulises have substantially more frontage than Mr. Penicus does, and thus they have the ability to not only provide that 17 feet of space, but having done so, also to, still have room for two floats. So, anything that would, I certainly, we would not hope that there would be any kind of, one float policy, because again, there's plenty of room on the Dundulis property to have two, as they have had since at least 1994, while still giving room to at the end of the canal for a parallel float.
I see you, Mr. Jones. I just, as soon as you're done, Attorney Hoyt, Mr. Jones, I think has a question for you.
Yeah, my only other comment is just to note that in some of the pictures that are in the selectmen packet, the Dundulis floats are shown in various locations that I think are not accurate. I just wanted the board to be aware, just so that the wrong ideas don't get implanted in members' minds. The Dundulis floats are currently, the closer float to the end is about 12 feet from the bulkhead. It's going to be 17 feet or more. Based on the agreement, there's going to be nothing closer than 17 feet, no float, no boat, no engine or anything like that under the settlement agreement. And after such a long, hard couple of years, the Dundulises are really hoping that they'll be able to be in front of this board in a month and a half or so to implement this settlement agreement and at least put their side to bed. And certainly, admittedly, their side is easier than the side you're looking at now. That's my comment.
Great, thank you. And I'm getting strange messages about my audio being off. So Doug Brown, if for some reason I lose my feed, if you'll just pick up the meeting. I don't know if there's something going on with my internet or what, but it's sending strange messages. So Mr. Jones, go ahead. You had a question or a comment?
Mr. Hoyt, since you're here, I wasn't going to ask these questions, but you presented the information. You say there are 2 boats there. Are those both owned by the Dundulases?
No, as I think Attorney Wall indicated, the Dundulases have let a neighbor whose name escapes me at the moment use their float. But like Attorney Wood indicated, we've certainly since become aware that members of assorted boards, including this one, have a concern about that, and they don't intend to continue that practice going forward. They've had, the Dundulases have family members in Falmouth who themselves have boats, and historically they've had, family come to visit, and that would be the expectation going forward, is that there would most of the time be one float there, absent the occasional visit by a family member or someone else coming to a block party or whatever it might be.
It is a concern because 3 years ago I pointed this exact fact out, that it could not be used by a regular person across a neighbor. It could be used temporarily by a guest. In the license for both your property and the one across the canal, it's very, very clear it cannot be used by other people except for guests. And so it's a little disturbing to hear that this has been continuing until recently. Second question is, where did you come up with the 17 feet? It's great to hear you've done that research. I hear that 17 feet is an interesting number. Could it be bigger than that? Could the Dundulases actually move it down more than 17?
That was simply the number that was negotiated between the Dundulases and primarily Mr. Bayless.
But would there be room for more than 17, or is that the limit? I mean, could 17 be because that's as far as they can go, or is 17 a agreed upon compromise?
It's an agreed upon compromise, and I don't frankly know the answer to your first question, but certainly in the context of our application, when we come before this board with our application, we'll be prepared to answer that question. I don't have the information presently.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for Attorney Hoyt? Okay, Attorney Wood, just if you have a brief rebuttal to any of the comments from the last 2 attorneys.
Thanks, Madam Chairwoman. Just a few quick comments. We obviously have no objection to a reasonably sized float at the Cachadorian property. We obviously objected to the common dock because that's a completely different beast. But a 24-foot float, maybe even a 26-foot float into the corner with bow in, as we've proposed, would not be a problem. It's good to hear that we're not, by Attorney Wall, that he's not suggesting that this is a one-boat solution. The point being is that, again, with an equitable use, our proposal, Matt and myself's proposal, an equitable use of the frontage, our client can have a 32-foot boat, as there are similar ones, have a float to accommodate that. I put out that as an additional condition, we would suggest the board also require that the bow of the boat toward facing westerly could not protrude beyond the length of the float. So there couldn't be any further overhang into the port. So in addition to a bow condition, obviously only residential use, but for transmitting gas, we would also agree to that.
I can't hear him anymore.
Yep, your volume is a little bit, I don't know what's going on with your volume. It's just very faint. So I think we're getting the point of what you were noting, but the last part of your.
Well, anyways, so that's the point there. And lastly, I guess I point out as well that the only expert testimony that we heard this evening as we move to close the hearing is obviously from our expert. I think he's presented quite a substantial report. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Mr. Costa and then Charlie, I'm sorry. Your name, you just come up as Charlie, so I don't mean to be casual with you, but that's all I'm seeing, and I forget the last name. So go ahead, Mr. Costa.
I'm just gonna share my screen one more time, if that's okay.
Sure.
So right here is the Cacciadorian property. Can everybody see the plan?
Yes.
Okay, this works. And Charlie, who's an expert boat captain, came up with the concept. This right here shows how the boat is going to maneuver out and stay away from a float in a boat here. I don't need to drop an icon on here to show you that this works.
But if
This
there's a
works.
boat right behind it, Matt,
The
if there's a
boat,
boat right behind it, where does it go?
it goes out this way,
How does it back?
reverse. He'll come out sideways.
That doesn't, no, a boat has to go back a little bit. If it's got an outboard engine, it doesn't have a bow thruster or a stern thruster. It's got to go back into the boat that's back there. So it does make sense to put a boat there.
Yeah, and it's gonna come out.
No, it doesn't work that. That's not the way it works, Matt. You know that. A boat has to go back a little bit.
Can I try to speak to this maybe?
Yeah,
Sure,
Charlie, go ahead.
Sure. So in my thought with this concept here, he could have a midship line tied off on the port side of his boat there, and that held tight, and he can have push off from the stern of his boat. That would push the stern of the vessel in that direction, and he could actually pull forward and then come in neutral and then back out of there. It's a tight situation. If I can share my screen, I actually looked up an example marina that has a.
Wouldn't hit the bow of Mr. Botanicus' boat then?
No,
Say
he
that
was
again, Don. Can you say that again?
close to the float as the front of the boat would turn in, and once he got the propeller of his boat away from the dock, it's a tight maneuver, but it's a tight scenario. What you have in the area, everybody's got to deal with a tight situation there. So it is possible, and I guess in my goal and in the report, in my conclusion, my goal is to have basically fit everybody as much percent usage, and I think this accomplishes that.
Now, Charlie, what about the boat pulling in? If there's a boat at that dock, you have it driving right through the boat that's not shown, the second boat on Mr. Botanicus' property.
Matt, Matt, can you share your screen again?
The arrows have it going right
Yeah,
through.
Matt can bring the plan up. I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, what was your question again?
The coming for Mr. Botanicus coming in, he's driving right through his second boat.
So he would be making a wide turn and again coming in pretty much right on that 45-degree line. His bow would come up pretty close to his neighbor's boat, and then again he would come back a little bit. He'd probably have to go forward and back and work the prop in there a little bit to get it in there. Now, I mean, I don't know what I didn't physically see the other boat that was there. The situation that I saw was one boat at his property, so I don't know the size of the other boat. And the arrows for his boat when he's backing out, it looks like he'd be coming straight back, but he'd be going on a similar angle as well. He would push off the stern of his boat in the southern direction and then back out and come around the other way.
And we're not proposing to try to permit two boats there. Tony, the applicant, wants just to use his floats in his boat. And we're not asking.
How big's his boat?
It's a 19-foot console, and I assume about an 8.5-foot, 9-foot beam.
Why does he need 40 feet for a 19-foot boat?
I think he had mentioned potentially upgrading to a somewhat larger vessel, and I mean the docks that he's always had, and again to keep some kind of a fair usage of the frontage. I mean his lot, he just bought, it's a matter of fact, his lot has 53 feet. The other lot that was bought by the other person only has 30 feet. That was known by the time you buy the lot, so if you have less frontage, you have less space. Similar to what Mr. Hoyt, Attorney Hoyt was saying, his client has a very large frontage along the bulkhead, and he just has more room.
A 30-foot boat.
And as I also said in my, I'm sorry, Mr. Jones.
Could get away with a 20-foot dock, correct?
Oh, I agree with you. And like Mr. Penticus said, he's looking to potentially upgrade to a larger vessel, which I believe he has a right to do.
But a 30-foot boat,
these are
I
his
gave him
docks
10
that he's
more
had
feet.
for a long time.
He's on a 19-foot boat right now. A 30-foot boat could still get away with a 20-foot dock.
But you could have 40 foot afloat with no boat. I mean, the man has 2 floats totaling 40 feet, which is
They're
75%
not legal.
of his
He doesn't-
frontage.
I mean, to
That's
use the
what he's
existing
looking to
floats
retain.
as his argument, they are not legal floats. So I don't actually worry that they're existing right now. They're not legal. They've never been licensed. They've never been approved. Just because they're existing doesn't give them the right to keep them.
I would agree with that. This is Attorney Wood. Doesn't give them the right. That's why we're moving ahead with this. But I'll point out that again, if we're trying to find an equitable solution here, focusing on percentage of because the value of a property, as Mr. Argo just said, is going to be based in part on how much frontage you have. Because if someone was going to buy the Penticus property and they were selling it 2 or 3 years with all permits in hand, they knew that they would have the ability to bring a 32-foot, gradient or a Bertram or something conceivably similar to other properties that have those. So I think that a percentage use, our client hasn't upgraded, frankly, to a larger boat because obviously from a business certainty perspective, he wants to know that he's through the process locally and obviously still with Chapter 91. So I think that's our, we're not believing we should be limited to the size boat that we have presently. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? I do see that Mr. Cachadorian would like to make a comment. So if we could promote him so that he could, yes, Doug Brown, while we're waiting for him to be promoted, go ahead, Doug.
Wondering if Mr. Penticus would be willing to consider retrofitting his 2 floats into one that would be approximately 34 feet, and we'd end up with that same 17 feet that has been offered on the other side of the canal, which seems to remedy the problem. That would be my first suggestion to the parties.
I guess I can respond to that. We've considered all options ourselves, and again, although as Charlie's pointed out, it is a tight area. Our professional opinion is it presently works, and we shouldn't be treated the same as Mr. Dundulis, who has a significant amount of additional frontage, for which it's probably worth hundreds of thousands of dollars more. And so again, if we're focusing on our own corner and both property owners, right now, if Mr. Cachadorian comes in with a 24-foot float, he's going to be using over 80%. A 26-foot float, which we wouldn't even object to, as long as it's a bow in and doesn't stick over the 45-degree angle, is going to be into the mid-80s, and we're proposing to keep what we have at 75. We'll rest with the judgment of the board, but that's not our present application.
I'm only suggesting it because it just seems like the plan drawn may function, but it seems tight, and I don't want to create an unsafe navigation situation by making a bad decision. So that's where I'm leaning right now.
Well, I guess my point is, if the harbor master thought that there was as the town's expert, there might have been that comment in as well. The one expert we have suggests it works, realizing that they've all got to work together. But we hear you, and we'll see what the board decides, upon your close of the hearing and consideration.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. I want to hear from Mr. Cachadorian, and then Attorney Wall had asked to speak, and I also see you, Mr. Costa, and then we'll go from there. So let me just note that if there's anyone who is watching this hearing and who wishes to make a comment, we will be moving to take any public comment on this hearing. So if you are hoping to do so, you can think about doing that in the chat function. Mr. Cachadorian, welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. One of the points that I wanted to make has been made. It clearly does not show Mr. Bayless's boat on his float. So for me to try to back up out of there is almost impossible with just the 13 feet of space that Mr. Pennicus is proposing. The second thing that I wanted to bring up was that the whole thing about this is to be able, Mr. Pennicus wants to be able to have enough space for his neighbor's boat. The neighbor's boat has been there since day one, and now all of a sudden, just recently, it has disappeared. And I don't understand how the neighbor's able to keep his boat there. He doesn't pay waterfront real estate taxes. I pay waterfront real estate property taxes, and I'm not allowed to use my property, but the neighbor across the street is allowed to use it on my behalf. And I think that's wrong. And the third thing I wanted to say was that at the zoning enforcement hearing, the point came up about the second boat, and Mr. Pennicus couldn't wait to run up to the podium and admit that the second boat was his neighbor's. And that the Bob, who was on the board, asked him, why do you let the neighbor keep his boat on your float? And he says, because I'm a nice guy. So he's letting the neighbor across the street use the float because he's a nice guy, but I'm getting squeezed down in the corner. Property tax, waterfront property tax owner. Doesn't make any sense. And a corner is a corner. So it doesn't matter like how much frontage you have. I have the exact same corner as Mr. Bayless. So I need a little more than 13 feet. He could, if he took 5 or 6 feet off his float, he could still have about 34 feet of flotation and give me enough room, but he doesn't want to do that because he needs that extra room for his neighbor's boat. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cachadorian. Attorney Wall, and then Mr. Costa, if you still had a comment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 very brief comments. The 17-foot figure that's been mentioned is the figure that Mr. Bayless and Mr. and Mrs. Dundulis agreed upon. I would simply suggest to the board that it was agreed upon under circumstances involving multiple lawsuits, multiple proceedings before the Zoning Board of Appeals. Money was being spent left and right. Mr. Bayless made the agreement because he thinks it's the absolute minimum necessary for him to safely be able to get in and out. He's not happy with that figure, but he did agree to it. So the other point I wanted to make was about the plan, and again, the expert from Coastal Engineering. He's testifying that this is possible, and he's describing elaborate maneuvers about springing off with spring lines in the center. Boats with outboard motors, as Mr. Jones has pointed, they don't back up sideways, and they need a little bit of room. And also, anybody that's on the board that may be a boater knows that conditions are variable. Sometimes you get tide, you get wind, you get rain. You need a little bit of a safety margin. And so my argument to the board about whether this is possible versus whether it's reasonable and equitable, we do not think it's reasonable and equitable. And lastly, it's been described even by their own expert as a tight situation. It's tight because of the way the proposal has been presented to the board. As Mr. Cachadorian himself said, they could have 34 feet afloat and leave 17 feet for Mr. Cachadorian, but what they want is they put their floats as they've had them all along without getting permits, and they've put their boat as far forward as possible to leave room for that second boat. There's plenty of room if the applicant were willing to reduce his proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Wall. Mr. Costa, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, we're not here tonight asking permission for the neighbor's boat. It's for Tony's boat, the applicant's boat. It's one boat. That's all they're asking for. That's it. Not asking to rent space or give it away or anything like that.
How much float does he need for one boat?
He wants to use his float, and he wants to use his frontage, and he wants to be able to use the frontage that he paid for. This is a tight corner because the lot that Cachadorian bought has a small amount of frontage. That's what he bought. This is what they got to work with. We tried to come up with what we thought was the most common sense solution, and that was a percentage of the frontages. And there is room to maneuver. Whether you push the floats 17 feet off the bulkhead or 14 feet off the bulkhead, you still got to back the boat up. That doesn't change that. That's, I guess, all I have to offer.
So, Mr. Costa, you said that all he wants is one float for his one boat.
No, I said he wants his one boat and his floats.
That all he wants is to be able to just put his one boat there. And you are arguing he needs 40 feet to put his one boat there.
No, he
I find that
wants to be able
disingenuous.
to use his floats. He,
Well,
you could use a
testimony was
float
that he
without
wants
having a
to be able to
boat.
put his one boat there. That's what you said. That's all he wanted, was to be able to put his one boat there.
He wants to use his floats for his own boat, not the neighbors.
Why does he need 40
saying
feet
the neighbors? It's not, we're not here for the neighbor's boat.
Why does he need
Matt,
40
or
feet
plural boats?
for his one boat?
We're not
If we,
limiting.
just a second, gentlemen, because of the nature of the way that we're, you can't, when people are talking over each other on Zoom, you can't hear anyone. So we really have to separate people's comments. So what I'm hearing is Mr. Jones' question is getting to sort of the heart of the matter of if he's looking for float or floats, plural, for his boat, not a neighbor's boat, not a friend's boat, not two boats, but a single boat. We've heard that he may wish to upgrade from the 19-foot boat he has now to something larger. I think Mr. Jones is asking, what is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Doug, but I think what he's asking is sort of what is that room that is there room to work with below what's been proposed for the float or floats size for a single boat.
Madam Chair, our application, I think Matt's making an argument, but it isn't per se our application. Our application is not for a single boat. It's for the linear length of the float we have, whether that's again for a larger single boat or his personal existing boat and a transient boat for visitors coming in for lunch or something on the weekend, to have some other smaller boat be able to dock there occasionally. So the application's not for a single boat. So I just need to make that clear.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, go ahead.
Again, you were arguing that the existing condition is what you're using as your starting point. And the existing condition is not licensed or legal. So why we're using 40 feet as anything relevant troubles me. Is what is he would like? If he would like to have some floats and docks to be able to put his boat, then let's use a number that satisfies that purpose, not what he has done illegally for 25, 30 years.
The existing condition is not what we're proposing. The existing condition is presently 10 feet off the corner. We're agreeing to push the floats together and limit it to 13, bow in, no extension of the bow beyond the 13-foot distance.
You're sticking with 40 feet. You're stuck with that 40 feet. And I can see no way that I will agree to 40 feet.
We're based on our expert's opinion, who's actually driven boats in the canal personally, and as a professional licensed captain, says as the only expert in the present public hearing is opining that it can work, albeit tight. We can't control, and we're not seeking to control what Mr. Cacciadorian does in terms of the length of boat. One has to trust that your neighbor, is competent in boating and works with it. So it is a tight situation, but everybody's been getting along for decades out there. It is a corner. We appreciate that, but our presentation is for the two floats pushed together with a 13. Actually, it's, as we testify, it's nearly 14 inches. 14. It's 1310. Matt rounded it down. So that is our application. The board sees fit to do something differently with it based on the testimony. I guess that's within your judgment.
Thank you. Mr. Bayless.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. I really just wanted to give my opinion on some of the things I've heard. It isn't a situation that we've been getting along great for decades. It's been very, very difficult with the congestion wrought by non-owner boats. I'll give you an example of what happened about a week ago. And by the way, I've sat out this season. You don't see my boat there. I'd like to bring it back, but you know, it's really tough. I have to have words with Hines every time, you know, I try to get in and out. He's had a boat on both sides, both Penticus and Dundulas, while he has two moorings a couple of 100 feet away. I just don't understand what's going on. But about a week ago, I asked one of the Hines family to shut his motor off because he was idling it for quite some time and the fumes were piling into my house. And after he kindly, you know, did what I asked, I noticed a large fishing boat who's tied up a couple of docks ahead of me, who does not live here, was pumping diesel fumes into my house for about an hour and a half before I went over there. And I asked him, gee, do you think maybe you could shut your diesel motor off? It's a large fishing boat. And he said, oh no, you know, I gotta bring it up to temperature. And really my point is, we've suffered long enough at the hands of people that don't live here. I echo what Mike Ketchadorian, my next door neighbor, says. I'm paying waterfront frontage. I don't expect to be able to use every inch of my waterfront for a dock. I understand that people want to fish, people want to, you know, see some wildlife, not just docks and boats. But the last person that should benefit is somebody that does not own here, and there's just way too much of it. That's all I've got to say. And I will say one other thing. You know, one of the board members asked a couple of minutes ago, is there more room to give? There most certainly is, because, you know, this thing never would have happened if 3 years ago my neighbor gave me the 20 feet that he said he was going to when he brought in a flotilla of docks. It's really regrettable that it's got to this point, but there's plenty of room to go around for owners. But I found that the guest who runs his boats on both Dundulas and Penticus's float, he's honestly used as the enforcer. He's the guy that makes sure nobody gets anywhere near Penticus and Dundulas's floats. That's my experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point in time, are there any questions from the board? Okay. I don't see any public comment.
No, I think you've addressed them all, Madam Chair.
Okay. Do I have a motion from the board?
I would move we close the hearing.
Okay, do I have a second?
I would second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion about closing the hearing? Seeing none. All those in favor of closing the hearing by roll call: English Braga, aye. Brown.
Brown, aye.
Taylor.
Taylor, aye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
I think we've lost Mr. Patterson for the moment. Maybe Peter, you could just send me a message and to let me know what's going on with that, because
He's been
I would
coming
want
in.
him here for the, oh, I see him coming back.
Yeah, he's been coming in and out. I think he's having some issues with his connection.
You are right. It was the motion to close the hearing?
Yes.
So Patterson, aye.
I think you lost the connection of your chairperson.
Yeah, I think you're right. It seems to be moving around.
She froze.
Well, she was suspecting that might happen, so I guess we'll carry on for now. So we closed the hearing, and now for discussion from the board. I guess I'll start off. When I read the engineer's report and the fact that the proposed arrangement was workable, I found it very compelling. But when I review the plans, I'm concerned that we may be creating an unsafe navigational situation. That's my first impression. That's why I asked if the applicant would be willing to consider perhaps a 36-foot float. I don't know if the one of those floats can be retrofitted, but it just seems a little too tight for me to say that it's a plan that I want to bless. Welcome comments from other members.
I can't support the 40 feet.
And I would agree with you, Mr. Brown, in terms of the tightness, because you can't predict wind and tide and going in, whether it's to the bow or the stern. I agree with your comments in terms of safety.
All right. Any other comments? I'd like to give our chairman a chance to come back online if we can.
Mr. Sousa, do you know, or Mr. Duffy, is this a supermajority vote for this kind of a hearing?
Frank, you're on mute.
Okay. It's a 4/5 vote for special permit, I believe.
And is anyone know if we're having any luck with getting our chairperson back online?
So I'm texting with the chair and she's having difficulty with her Wi-Fi.
Okay.
I'll keep you posted.
All right.
I'm not sure what the logistics are as to if the application is for 40 feet, as to whether we have a choice of approving it for less than that, or if we reject it and they come back for the different size. I could certainly be willing to consider something less than 40 feet.
It's an interesting proposal, but I think we've set a deadline for this meeting tonight, but we could choose to go further. Is that correct?
I'm sure that we can make the decision to continue our discussion on that. We don't have to close the hearing tonight or make a decision tonight. I had forgotten that I wanted to find out why this is taking so long, since the whole idea was that they were going to come back with a resolution or a compromise between the people, why we had it continued 4 different times. But
right. Well, I guess it's not good to speculate as to what those reasons might be, but there has been other action by other boards in the interim, so it's a possibility that that may be part of the reason.
I have a question. It seems like there's more than enough float on Mr. Dunderlist's property. He could actually moor his boat further toward the entrance to the canal to leave more room in there. We're really talking about interference between boats and not floats.
Mm-hmm. But I don't think we're discussing that one today. It was just Mr. Dundolis's attorney was here to caution us against doing some widespread decision that would affect other neighbors. Madam Chair, are you back? And
I am. My Wi-Fi just completely shut off. I had to reset it, so my apologies. I don't know what's going on with
well,
Verizon
we just continued our discussion. I reiterated my comment about my feelings that the offer of the 13 feet 10 inches, although generous, I just feel like it's not quite what I would like to see for a safe navigational situation. And Mr. Jones kind of echoed those comments with his own, that he would like to maybe consider continuing this and having another proposal brought back by the applicant if they're willing to do so. We haven't heard anything. We've closed the hearing, so we can't really ask them that.
Any other comments from the members of the board? So I think it, and I didn't hear Sam, were you sort of along the same lines as Doug and Doug in terms of what was your feeling about the application as it's been presented?
Well, I think they're moving in the right direction, but it seems to me to some extent it's a matter of them mooring their boats in such a way that they can both maneuver in and out safely. without colliding in each other. I mean, it's the boats that are sticking out into the canal that really are the interference. Now, boats are sufficiently up against the bulkheads that I think you could maneuver in and out fine if it weren't for the moored boat.
I think also we've heard this, and this has kind of been the narrative while this case has gone on all this time, is the issue around the non-homeowner, and I apologize if someone has already said this, but the non-homeowner usage of the docks for boats. That, it's been sort of the crux of a lot of the conflict that we've seen in this situation. So, I think this matter has gone on for a very long time. I understand that we always like to have individuals craft something that works for them, and the goal is always to reach a resolution. But I do believe both attorneys when they tell us that they have worked diligently and in good faith to try and come up with a resolution and have been unable to. So, I think it just may be incumbent upon this board to make findings and to make a decision. If the suggestion is that we're sending it back to the applicants and the abutters to try and come up with a solution that works for them, I don't know if we're just kicking the can down the road again. I mean, they've been engaged in this process for quite some time.
I would much prefer if we had the flexibility to approve it with 30 feet of docks. But I don't know if we have that flexibility to make that adjustment to their plan.
Can Frank weigh in on that?
We've given it to them to try to figure it out, and they haven't been able to. So instead of kicking the can down the road, I would prefer to say we can do the findings that say two docks or 30 feet of docks, leaving a space of 20 feet at the end would be sufficient, and then I could be certainly supportive of that. But right now they have no docks that are legal. This at least would give them 30 feet of dockage for a larger boat. And if they want to have a guest tie up alongside there, for a few minutes, tie up alongside is fine too.
Frank, so is your question directed to town council as to what our options are, Doug?
Yes, it is.
I think the normal practice would be to act upon the application before you.
Okay.
It's always risky when you try and broker a deal on the fly, so to speak.
Thank you.
Remember, now, you haven't really heard any testimony about the implications of a 30-foot dock or a 30-foot float. It's all on 40 feet.
Thank you, Frank. That's helpful. Any further discussion from the board? Go ahead, Doug.
I have another question then for Attorney Duffy. If we choose not to approve this, can they come back and request something different, or are we precluding that?
Well, the way it works, if you apply for a special permit and you're denied, I believe you cannot come back for 2 years unless it's substantially different.
The permit request is substantially different?
Yeah.
Well, a different size float would be substantially different, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I hate to keep sending these people around and around, but I'm just not, I don't want to just deny a dock that floats. Granted, they're not legal, but they've been there a long time. I think this is one of the first properties developed in that neighborhood. And so the fact that the paperwork wasn't completely 100% is somewhat understandable, I would think.
Any other comments from the board? Did we lose Mr. Pat? Oh, there he is. So do we have a motion from this board in terms of the application that is in front of us? Recognizing, Frank, that our options are to vote sort of up or down on the application in front of us. Do we have an option to direct the applicant to try to reach a resolution?
It'd be nice if you did, but I don't think you really do. You also have a constraint here, which I'm not familiar with it, but you only have so much time to decide special permits, and I don't know where you are along in the process, and perhaps risking a constructive approval. I'm not familiar with the details of it, but I just want you to be aware of that.
Yep. So with those warnings in place, I think we had actually talked about that a bit, Frank, which is why we only continued it. Although I don't know with the tolling with COVID, I don't know where we are exactly on that timeline, if the tolling of the time would be any different. Irie, I know you had talked about that. I know were you able to look at this particular case and see if there's any additional time?
So I haven't looked at this particular case, but Section 17 of Chapter 53 of the Acts of 2020, which is the emergency special legislation that is tolling both existing permits and duties for local boards to act on permits within a specified time, is very broad, and it does not specify. It's not just zoning or just conservation. So I believe that it would apply equally to a Chapter 91 license.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the application in front of us, and I think really our options are to approve it or deny it. I suppose it seems like maybe we could, although I think Attorney Duffy is counseling against there being an option to direct the applicant to kind of go back to the drawing board. They presented us with an application, and that's what they've argued for tonight. And so I think that's what we're going forward with. So
I have another question, if I could.
Yep.
Do we have the option to reopen the hearing and ask for more feedback from the applicant?
We can ask for follow-up questions
Okay.
if we reopen it and ask some additional information. Is that your
Okay.
motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make that motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Patterson, second.
Okay, all those in favor of reopening the hearing by roll call: English Braga, aye. Brown?
Brown, aye.
Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Okay, go ahead. Mr. Brown, did you have a specific question?
My question, I guess, is to either Mr. Wood or Mr. Costa. Would you, on behalf of your client, be willing to reconfigure your dock at, say, 35 feet? I understand your argument about the percentage of land space and the rights of property owners and the value of land, and I find it compelling, but yet I just don't feel like the 13 feet 10 inches is really going to create a safe situation there. And I'd like to know if we can work out a deal with 35 foot of dock for Mr. Penticus. I would be willing to support that if I could get to that.
Attorney Wood?
Thank you. I do very much appreciate you rolling up your sleeves and trying to get to a conclusion. I do personally appreciate that. I can't say honestly that I have the authority on behalf of my client presently to offer something else. So I don't have that card in my deck this evening. I would say though that you obviously, even if it was closed this evening and voted on, you surely have time within which to process a decision under the Zoning Act, and possibly we could caucus again with our client and discuss it. I'm not in contact with my client presently within the hearing, given that we're remote. So, I mean, I think that's the best I can offer. I mean, we are still in an emergency under the governor's orders. So arguably your timeframes to act under the Zoning Act, in fact, actually remain told. So I think we have some time here. I do appreciate your efforts on this, and I hear them personally.
Thank you. Attorney Jones, Selectman Jones.
Since we have reopened it, I guess I will ask the question as to all the continuances were a little troubling, especially the last minute one that we weren't even notified about 2 weeks ago. Can we get a little bit of background as to what was going on? Were there really?
There was ongoing active discussion, sir, as well as our thought or understanding that we actually might see the application for Mr. Cachadorian's filing to the Conservation Commission as well, so that we could attempt as well to marry that up. Brian and myself have both worked very hard to attempt to reach a resolution here. We have just not been successful to date.
Now, on the testimony about the harbor master referring to the navigation problems, is he referring to what exists now, what is licensed now, or what is being proposed when he says there are no navigation problems?
That was a deposition in the pending litigation over the pending litigation against actually the selectmen for the constructive approval of the common dock special permit. And basically it was his view that he had no opinion on behalf of the town relative to the common dock proposal because he viewed this as a private water sheet with no real public access, and therefore his comments to the town on that application to the Concom were well, they didn't exist. He said no comment, I believe, quote unquote.
So the quote saying that the harbor master said there were no navigation problems with this plan is a little bit misleading. He just said no comment.
Well,
he did
I'm
not say
saying
this
two-
was. He did not
I'm
say
saying
this was a plan that would work well from the navigation point of view. So the
I'm
only
just
expert
saying-
we have is the one who's been paid for by your client.
Well, agreed. But I'll say the point being is it appears that the harbor master feels he has no jurisdictional or substantive role here. And
Understand.
secondly, relative to our application, if the harbor master or Chuck, from a shellfish perspective, felt that there was an environmental issue, one would think they would have piped in on ours. So we view their non-comments, not no comment, but their non-comment as de facto no comments, i.e. there's no issue.
I'm looking at it, I think, right now. And I believe that the comment was something to the effect of it was simply that the proposed dock would not have an impact on general navigation, because in my opinion, the only people that would be impacted by navigation are the applicant and the abutters. So I think he was speaking very specifically to the situation at hand and that it doesn't impact a greater, a larger audience, and that that is the scope of what he was looking at.
And really basically requiring your board then to basically be the complete arbitrator of that issue and not him, whether
Right.
it's a common dock project or this particular pending application. So I'm just commenting on what it is, but you're correct, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Yeah, I was just reading it from the exhibit that you attached. Any further questions with the hearing being open? Okay. So I don't want to rush it, but I also want to recognize that I think we've taken a lot of information in, and
I have one more question.
Go ahead, Doug.
For Charlie, the navigational expert. What would you say is the optimum setback for one of these docks from the end of the bulkhead?
Well, in one part of my report that really didn't get brought up today, and I've actually just been thinking about, is the presence of a shoal that I identified while I was on site.
I did read that.
It appeared to be from the north western corner of the bulkhead, and about 6.5 feet I measured with a tape measure to where it drops off pretty quickly. So I guess if that shoal wasn't there, I would say that the minimum setback to the bulkhead for a float to be would basically be the width of the dock itself. You can't have a 4-foot float behind another 4-foot float. It'd be like having one couch in front of another couch in the corner of your living room or something like that.
My question is more toward what would be best practice if I was designing the perfect little float arrangement here? Would I recommend 17 feet, or would I say I would have a 20-foot minimum? I know we're working within constraints, and the 1310 you've testified will work, and I'm not arguing that it won't. We've all agreed that it's tight. What do you think?
I understand. Yeah, and I understand your question now, and I was actually just thinking about that myself. And if Mr. Penticus's boat and float got moved back a certain distance, the boat at Mr. Cachadorian's property is still going to have to do a very similar maneuver to get into where his to his spot there, because with that shoal being there, he really can't pull up too much further closer towards the corner of the bulkhead there. He'd pretty much be situated where he is now. Maybe he could pull up a little bit further. And again, this isn't an accurate hydrographic survey plan. And in seeing the survey plan for the proposed dock today, I did see a couple things that I was concerned about, but that's not the application that we're talking about today. So I think I think there's some concerns with that. I guess that's what I'm thinking, is if we shorten Mr. Penticus's dock, it really doesn't affect the maneuvering into that spot. And what I'm talking about with the bow-to-bow orientation of the boat, and I agree with Attorney Wall's statement about the 13 feet wide. That's at the widest point of the boat, which is practically the stern or the midship of the boat. At the bow, it's not 13 feet wide. Where the bow of the boat comes in a little bit, you save a few more feet there, and having bow to bow. And when you look at that, you could actually move the boats closer. So he could, when he starts, he can actually go forward a good 4 or 5 feet to then back up. And so the arrows that I drew on the sketch plan that was presented by Matt Costa really aren't 100% accurate. And it's really difficult to conceptualize if you're not out there on site with the boats being there. And another comment I also had was on the float itself at Mr. Cachadorian's property. We designed finger floats to be 3 feet wide all the time for other reasons to cut down on square footages. So floats don't have to be 4 foot wide. We deal with 3 foot floats all the time. But again, I don't think that's necessarily a concern here either. I don't know if that answers your question or if that helps you there.
Well, it's more information. What I was really looking for was what would be the best practice setback.
The best practice here, like I said, the further you move him back, he needs to be back far enough to the point where the width of his boat isn't touching Mr. Cachadorian's boat. Now, not knowing what kind of boat that Mr. Cachadorian is looking to put in there, if he was looking to put a 30-foot boat there, it would be different than if he's looking to put an 18-foot boat there, similar to Mr. Penticus, which is what I assumed, which would fit in this orientation, no problem. And when you look at it on this plan, you have about 3 to 4 feet in between both boats there when they're berthed at the dock. And one of my first points about the area, if this was an area in Cape Cod Bay, like Provincetown, or in Chatham, where you have a really big tidal swing, very severe winds, here, in the summertime, these guys are all, for the most part, seasonal, as far as I'm aware. And Mr. Penticus said if there's ever a hurricane or a storm, he has his trailer right there. There's a boat ramp around the corner. He could take his boat out within a couple hours. In this situation, I feel like this would work because you have, like I said, a 1.7 foot average tidal swing, which means there's not a lot of tidal driven currents going in and out of here. And same thing with the wind, just the orientation from west to east here. A lot of the prevailing winds in the summertime are out of the south. So a southerly wind could be blowing 40 miles an hour across the canal from south to north. And it's really not going to create any kind of chop or any kind of wind-driven currents out here. So I think this would be a safe place, and it would work. It is a tight situation, and that's where I came up with my report.
Okay,
thank you. Mr. Jones.
I'll try to be brief again. I guess I will go back to something that was brought up a long time ago, and has been almost every single dock hearing I've been involved with, and that has been the one dock, one boat proposal. That we've done this all across Falmouth, that we've allowed people to put docks in and allow them to store one boat, with the exception of a visiting boat that comes in for under an hour or so, something tying up. But it is for the purpose of tying up one boat. And if we're going to stick with the 40 feet, if that's something we can go, I would keep it in condition of saying, and this 40 feet is for the docking of one boat, as we've done all around Falmouth.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've reopened the hearing. We took further testimony. Are there any further questions?
Mr. Costa?
Go ahead, Mr. Costa. If we just keep it really brief.
Real brief. A little bit of background. I saw this whole thing take shape when the first pier was proposed up the middle. And we tried really hard to get parties to agree. I met with Mr. Cacciadorian, Mr. Pentegis in my office with no attorneys. We tried to really work this out. We spent a long time trying to get people to agree. We're at an impasse, can't agree, and unfortunately, it's left to you guys to make a decision.
Yep.
But I just wanted you to know that all the continuances and all the effort was honest effort. Ryan and Glenn and everybody involved really tried to get to a decision. But we
No,
couldn't.
and we appreciate that, and you know, that's what we all hope happens at the front end, is that there's an attempt for resolution. But my feeling is that this board really needs to make a decision. You know, it's just like in any case, at times you cannot settle it, and it just needs to come before, whether it's a judge or a board or a commission, to make the decision and go from there. I think they've spent many months and lots of money trying to resolve this. And so this is, you know, this board's responsibility. So, you know, I think we have to make our findings and make a decision. That would be my position. I don't think that we can, you know, I don't think that we have a lot of other options in front of us, as Frank has noted.
I agree with you. I feel it's unfortunate that we don't have Mr. Penticus here to try to work with him on this last minute decision, but I'm unfortunately just not comfortable with the 40 feet and only leaving 1310 there. It's just, I know Mr. Charlie there has said that it'll work, and I don't doubt that it could work. I just feel like one day there's going to be some sort of problem. I just not comfortable with it.
So just in terms of procedure, I do think that we need to close the hearing so that we can deliberate.
I move we close the hearing. Jones?
Second. Second. Okay. All those in favor, English Braga, aye. Brown?
Brown eye.
Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Okay.
I guess
So
I would suggest the following findings.
Yep. Go ahead.
First, that the bulkhead is licensed and approved, and we have no problem with that.
Okay.
Second finding is that they have, for many years, had two 20-foot floats being used at the property, with one float certainly being used by the property owner.
Okay.
The other boat, we're not sure who is using it, so I'm not sure I can call that a finding.
Okay.
That the continuation of 40 feet makes it a very difficult situation for their neighbor to use their boat.
Okay. I think one of the other findings would be that it's along those lines, Doug, that that 40-foot, the proposal, the application as proposed, it is possible to navigate, but we've heard it's a tight area to navigate in. So it's possible to navigate the two boats there, but that it's a tight area to do that.
I guess I would also add the finding that the applicant is proposing shifting the 40 feet to create a greater access for the neighbor. That is a part of the application.
Any other findings from this board relative to what we heard tonight? Okay. And what is the pleasure of the board?
Well,
I'll
I'm
move.
afraid. Well, you gonna ready to go?
Sure, I'll try.
Okay.
I move that we deny this application.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. Any further discussion on that particular decision?
Just hope they can come back with something a little bit adjusted and we can reconsider it.
Well, it can't be a little bit, it's going to be substantial.
Substantial.
Okay, right.
Adequate.
I think a change of float size would be substantial, in my opinion, but we'll see.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, we'll do a roll call vote on the motion to deny the application. Brown?
Brown, aye.
Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Patterson? Oh, I think he froze. well, English Braga, aye. Patterson, I'm assuming since he made the motion, I'm going to assume that his vote is in favor of his own motion. Okay, thank you to everyone who presented tonight. Really appreciate all of the information brought before the board, and unfortunately, we hope that there's some way that the folks who all live in this beautiful area are able to figure out a way to enjoy being on the water together. So thank you.
Madam Chair, with Mr. Patterson now back on the call,
Yes.
can we get his vote on the record on that motion?
Yes.
Yeah,
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnston-Staub.
Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you. Okay, moving forward, we are going to have a discussion or update on COVID-19 issues as we have each week. And we'll start, we have a couple of very specific items under, but let's start first hearing from our health agent, Scott McGann, on where we are currently and whatever you think we need to know, Scott. Welcome. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. So today's count is 238. We've had a good week after having a couple of challenging weeks. We had the lifeguard situation. We had 11 lifeguards test positive. Not all those count towards our numbers because some are residents of other towns. We've had I think I mentioned at the last meeting, we had a nursing home. Luckily and amazingly, that seems to have subsided with asymptomatic only people. So that's pretty incredible and awesome. We continue in the health department to do our enforcement and follow up. It's pretty much what we do all day long, is the answer questions and do the enforcement and follow up on COVID complaints. I've been looking at the Falmouth Hospital, and it's been about a week of zeros for in the hospital, which is another real good thing to see. Over the last week, you've seen that the state's had an uptick. The state's percent positivity got as high as 2.1. This week it's down to 1.8. Hopefully that blip is what it was, is a blip. Let's hope. The governor went from an outdoor gathering size of 100 down to 50 last week. They changed alcohol service. You just can't do bar snacks. You have to actually do table service and really make food in order to get the, Irie, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Irie's our expert on that part. And also allows us a way of doing fines for masks when they need to be doing their when everybody needs to be doing social distancing. So, that's kind of it. We're averaging about, 5, give or take, on an average week of what I call non-cluster cases. So the one-offs here and there, we're averaging somewhere between 3 and 6. That's kind of where our average was late June and early July. So that's 1 week of data. It's not a lot of data. And then of course we've got schools coming up and lots of moving parts. So that's what we're kind of working on now. So that's kind of where we're at in a nutshell. I don't want to take up too much time because I'd rather talk about boats.
We have a lot of questions for you.
I would rather talk about boats if you don't mind, but I can't.
I'd rather be on boats than talk about it. I see a few questions, so we'll start there because I know the conversation always continues. So Doug Jones and then Sam Patterson. Go ahead, Doug.
So I think these numbers sound great. And I was thinking even particularly because our population is so much higher. I realize a lot of the population that's here during the summer would not count for our numbers anyway, because they wouldn't be considered residents of Falmouth. They'd probably be considered residents of where they're visiting from. Is that correct?
You are correct. So I guess one way to look at it would be, if you want to look at it that way, if our population is double, you may want to look at the caseload as being double what it really is. That'd be one way to look at it. But yes, if you're a resident of another town, you're being contact traced by that town. And the reverse is true. So as we travel to other places, you'd be surprised how many people are being contact traced from Utah, or we get a case from somebody who hasn't been here and is in Utah or some other state. So the reverse is true as well. Though we tend to import more people this time of year than export. When school starts, you might start seeing some cases that are happening in colleges elsewhere, right, where they're counting as Falmouth cases. So it sort of comes out in the wash at some point. But yeah, to answer your question, long way, yes.
Thank you.
Sam?
You're on mute, Sam.
You just got to unmute yourself.
Yes. Scott, could you give us an update on the availability of testing and how you can actually get a test if you were suspicious?
Well, you don't have to be suspicious, just suspect, right? I'm just teasing. So essentially, getting a test, we're averaging, I want to say, somewhere around 500 to 600 tests per week in Falmouth. So it's not a low number. There's a delay. So what's happening now with testing is the labs are sort of at max. If you look at the state data, we're averaging 12, 14, 15,000 tests a day. Labs can only handle what they can handle, and there's been a delay to that. But you can still get it at the hospital. You can still get it at like the Convenient MD, the East Falmouth, Davis Straits, CVS. I just got a call from Mashpee. They have a clinic that also does it, in which we're going to update the website as a test, as a location. So there's plenty of places to get tests. That's just for the tests I'm talking about are going to be for the PCR. I don't know if we talked last time about the different tests. PCR is the gold standard test.
Yeah.
Those you can get. For Cape Cod Healthcare, you do need a doctor's note. So you would be a suspect. You'd have to call your physician and they make an arrangement for that. It's not a perfect system. There's lots of delays going on right now everywhere. But they are accessible because we are cranking out a fair amount of cases. That's a lot of tests, 500, 600 a week. I don't think we got that the entire months of March and April combined. We have 600 people test. But the delay really makes it difficult, especially with self-reporting that occurs prior to it getting into the queue for the VNA to go out and do the contact tracing. It's less than perfect system. I would be lying to you if I told you otherwise.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Doug.
Of that center up east, I'm not sure what town it's in actually, but was doing the
Dennis.
instant testing.
Yep.
And
Dennis.
we were concerned that maybe that testing protocol wasn't as accurate as the other one. Is there any follow-up to that? Has there been any percentage of accuracy report now?
Well, the state's aware of it. It's not just unique to that. It's just unique to the test. A couple of the issues with that test. First off, it's not considered a confirmed case. It's considered a probable. There's up to a 30% error rate on it. Okay, but it's not a bad thing. I mean, Doug, if you're trying to get a test and you can get one instantaneously, that might not be quite accurate. What I would recommend to everybody if they come back is to get retested with the gold standard PCR. Okay, but there's a value to knowing something quick.
And if you go up there and you get that instant test and you test positive, does that then get you the card to go in and get a real test?
I mean, you'd get a real. I would want you to get a real test at that point. Yes.
Okay.
You get a real test on that. You should. Not a real one. That's not to say the other one's not real.
Okay.
It doesn't count as a confirmed case. So our confirmed cases would not count any of these antigen tests.
Okay.
There's a little bit of an accuracy problem. There's also a reporting delay. Hopefully that they're resolved because delays in reporting are awful. You can't have a delay in reporting.
Right.
You can't have people finding out 48 hours before the health department can do any contact tracing. It's not a nice situation. The state's aware of it. They are popping up because there is a benefit to it. And with the lab delays, people don't want to wait. And so
right.
The trick I learned to get one is to get a colonoscopy. I have one scheduled this week, so I have to get a test this morning. And I was really impressed with how well the hospital does cover it. The system for getting a test is phenomenal up at the hospital.
I just wouldn't recommend a colonoscopy every 2 weeks, though.
This is why we have these public service moments so that folks can strategize for their health care. So
they have to, what I've heard is there's some of the labs are just overwhelmed. It's just it's a volume problem that needs to be fixed.
So let's talk specifically, if we can turn specifically to sort of the two issues that we have on our agenda, which is this idea of a suggested mandatory mask zone. Some communities have done this. Some communities that are, close by, some of the vineyard communities have done it where it's, we already have the requirement for folks to wear masks, but these are zones that are then enforceable with, some punitive measures in place. So I'd like to hear first from Scott, just what your thoughts are in general about this, or if you've heard anything when you're on your calls with other health agents about how it's working in some communities or not working, or the challenges, just to start with your thoughts, and then we'll hear from maybe Frank or Irie as well.
Well, first off, I mean, it's about enforcement. It's about being able to enforce it. I just cut to the chase. That's what it's about. I'm all for compliance. That's what we're trying to drive every single day I'm at work, right? Is trying to drive the compliance. How we get there is another question. How we're going to get there if we do have a mandatory, and how we're going to make sure that it's actually, happening other than just lip service. In P-Town, in Provincetown, I think they like what they've done from what I can gather from the health agent. I haven't talked to her directly, to be honest with you. Also, if you want to bring on Diana too, Diana from the Board of Health is here as well. You might want to call her up. We brought it up as a topic today. I'll speak for Diana while she's calling. She's coming up. Is that they support a mandatory mask in Main Street and Woods Hole and any other similar area with similar amount of density. They wanted me to relay that to you, that they're in support of Ms. Bumpus's request to have that. And again, I have no problem with that, and the more mask wearing, the better. We know that it works. It's all about whether it's our ability to get to what we need to get.
Right.
I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I get 50 calls a day on a minimum, right? And
I mean,
right. So I mean, if you add another 50 to it, we need to be able to do something about it. That's just my only main issue.
Right. The reality is that, as you noted, that enforcement piece, and I do just want to give, I know we've said this before, but it just can't be overemphasized, the volume of work that Scott and his department are carrying on a daily basis. It is really, 7 days a week. There isn't a break, as we've known. Some of the information that we get, breaks late on a Friday, over a weekend. So, any decision that we make in terms of different policies, I think we have to really think about who that's going to impact in terms of enforcement, and then the higher volume of phone calls that Scott's getting, or I see Chief Dunn, similarly for the police department. We, I think as a board, haven't been shy about making some tough public health decisions. We sort of were early on the curve when we were requiring masks, or closing down some spaces or limiting them. But I think we really are at a point now where we have to think long and hard as we make some of those policy decisions, who's going to implement them, and, how will that impact the other duties that they're carrying out? And so, I think that's the very realistic. We could come up with the greatest policies in the world. And I think, as Scott's rightly pointing out, if there's no one to enforce it or follow through, they may have very little value in terms of the impact. So let me go ahead, Doug. Did you have a question about?
Well, just wanted to remind everybody that, the governor's order already mandates that if you can't maintain 6 feet, that you need to have a mask. So all we're going to be doing is reiterating what the governor's policy already is. And with signage and a public awareness campaign, maybe we won't need so much enforcement. Maybe people are just not really aware. You got a lot of people coming here from other towns and other states where there may be less active, less, maybe they don't have tight sidewalks. Maybe they're not as strict in their hometown. So I think if we just put some signs up and let people know, I think a lot of it will be cured by that.
Sorry, Doug Jones and then Nancy. I'm going to just step away to get some water.
Yeah, I would agree with Doug Brown. I even think that if 5 more people wear masks because we have a regulation, even without enforcement, that's better than those that didn't. And so I think a way of supporting what the governor said and making it very clear that they should be wearing masks. If they don't want to do it, they're not going to. But if it gets a few more people to wear it, I think it's fine.
And Nancy, are you up?
Doug basically said what I was thinking, so okay. I'm good.
And Mr. McGann?
I would say let's not have the police. I don't want the police having to take their time to enforce it. And so I'm not as concerned about enforcement as because I think they have so many other things they need to be doing. So,
but if they happen to be in the neighborhood and they have a moment and say, "Hey, put your mask on," I mean, that wouldn't hurt either. But I agree with you. We can't have them chasing around people to try to put masks on. Yeah, Nancy, go ahead and then Scott.
And is there a way that we can do a little bit more to put information out there? I know we have signs on the bike path. I'm on the bike path frequently, and I don't see masks.
Well, for instance, in Woods Hole, the community association's already offered to volunteer to put up signage if we would just sanction it. So I think
and there are some signs on the bike path. They're orange and they say, please wear a mask.
I was talking about Woods Hole on Main Street.
But again, I'm not advocating for the police to take that on either.
Right. Okay. Scott?
Well, there's also something that happens at the health department when you make it a mandatory, is that the phone call, the volume of calls will happen. We'll just be telling them that we're not going to do enforcement. So that's what ends up happening when you do. The only caveat to that is when you do it, what happens to me is the phone calls come in like, hey, you got a mandatory zone, you need to do it. Then we tell them that you're not going to do it. And then, we get sort of into not a shouting match, but we get into a disagreement. So that there will be, the only ancillary thing to that is the volume of calls that would just come in, and we'll handle it. But you follow what I'm saying? It's like an unfunded mandate type of thing. And it's like, well, wait, would you make it mandatory for you? You're not going to chase it, because I'm the one who gets the brunt of those on a daily basis. That's my only.
So you're suggesting we should attach some enforcement even if it's marginally enforced?
I mean, if there's no teeth behind it, then I tell people there's no teeth behind it. That's what I'm just going to be bluntly honest with them, right? And they're not calling, well, you guys, I'm sure, are getting plenty of emails and texts and so forth. But somehow it just needs to be clear what our intent is with it, so that, I can explain it away,
Right. I mean, I think if we're going to do something like that, yes, you're not going to be able to, even if you had people to enforce it, by the time someone gets to wherever the call comes from, the person without the mask, unless they're in a stationary type of environment, is probably gone. So, enforcement isn't going to be, it's going to, be spotty, even if you have the people to do it. But I think we have to have, it wouldn't make any sense, in my opinion, to have a policy if we didn't plan for some type of enforcement, because otherwise that's a very silly, sort of a silly message to send out. But I do think that I understand Nancy's point that, to put more on the, say, police department or the health department for enforcement just doesn't seem all that doable right now. So let me hear from Chief Dunn just to that point. And I know he's done, we spoke about, and I see you too, Diana, sorry. I know that we spoke about this last week a bit, and that you've done a little bit of research about other communities and what's going on. So if you want to share your thoughts and what you know.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke with the police chief from the Vineyard, Oak Bluffs, and I also spoke to the police chief from Provincetown. They both have areas of their towns that are mandatory masks. Provincetown does a lot of signage. They actually have banners, have signs, which absolutely makes sense, similar to what I think Doug Brown said. We have visitors here who aren't familiar with what, Massachusetts. I know there's signage in everywhere, but again, people don't usually read signs. But if they don't know it's a mandatory mask, you can't expect them to wear a mask until they're informed of that. The Vineyard, what they do is it's all education. They have non-police officers who were sworn in under the health, come under the health agent, and they give out information packets as well as masks if somebody doesn't have a mask. I can tell you, as I've told you in some previous meetings here, the police department's pretty strapped this year. We weren't able to hire any beat people because of COVID, because the academy shut down. I was able to get at least 4 officers for the beaches here in Falmouth. I don't have a walking beat in Woods Hole. I don't have a walking beat on Main Street. So as far as, handling information like that, I would have to refer back to some sort of civilian to do that.
Thank you, Chief. Diana?
On behalf of the board, we had a brief discussion during our meeting this evening, and just wanted to share that, I think the point of being those highly dense areas where there's a big population kind of all grouped together was taken as, wow, this is an area, in these areas, it would be certainly helpful to have some of that. So that was, they were in support of it, but also understanding the enforcement issue is the biggest challenge, because really that's what it comes down to. And I think, as you mentioned, some other things, deputizing someone, one town, Scott, I can't remember who you said it was, has health ambassadors, they call them. And again, I think it's a lot of the sharing of information and, the masks. Is there some way to get a cheap mask made that says, welcome to Falmouth, something that is kind of attractive for our tourist community, and yet on the other hand is helping to keep us safe, because really that's the bottom line is, wearing of their mask is keeping you and me safe. So I think we're in support, and also understanding the challenge of how do you enforce something like this and have that. But those areas, the Woods Hole and Main Street, I mean, we talked about some other areas that are more highly dense as well, but obviously those are two of the biggest ones in. Even though the restaurants, the tables are spread apart outside, you have to walk by a lot of those tables where they're not wearing masks because, you know, they're sitting at the table. So that means nobody has a mask on. If I don't have mine on, you don't have yours on because
Right.
you're at the table, then nobody has them in that whole area. So
Yeah.
it's a challenge
you.
for sure.
Can I have Frank, could you just weigh in, and we didn't ask you ahead of time, but just sort of any preliminary thoughts from Frank or Irie about this idea of having sort of health ambassadors who, I mean, I don't think that they would necessarily be enforcing, you know, chasing people down, but would be out kind of spreading that information and addressing that issue. Have we ever done anything in that vein with sort of a, I don't know who they would be, volunteer groups, civilian people, I don't know, but any thoughts on that?
I don't have any personal experience with it, and I do not remember Falmouth ever having done it before, but I frankly do not see a downside to it.
Okay.
Harry, you have any question about that or comment?
No, I think it's within the realm of statutory authority under Chapter 111, Section 104. The Board of Selectmen can find that a disease dangerous to the public health exists in a town, and the Selectmen and Board of Health and/or, so it's one or both, shall use all possible care to prevent the spread of the infection and may give public notice of infected places by such means as in their judgment may be most effectual for the common safety. That's obviously very old language, a very old statute, but I believe it gives authority to do something like an ambassador program. It also, I believe, covers the authority for the suggested mandatory mask order. It's really in the discretion of the select board as to what they feel is the most effective way to address the public health concern.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts from the board? Yep, Peter?
Yeah, I was just going to add a couple of sort of pragmatic issues, and that relates to the calendar. It's August 10th, and hiring any new employees is a process that normally takes a month or so. So we're a little late in the curve to try to hire additional people. Volunteers could potentially be located more quickly. We just need to be really thoughtful about, you know, one of the advantages of having an employee is that they clearly understand that they need to follow the direction of the employer. And we just want to be sure that if we have volunteers, that they all are clearly given direction as to what the message is and what their authority is. And obviously, you know, I'm hearing that I think the board members are all on the same page in terms of ambassadors and education and not heavy-handed enforcement and confrontation.
Right.
And we'd need to be able to, you know, to communicate that clearly to the volunteers and potentially remove them if they are not following the direction that we're seeking.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the comment by Chief Dunn about what they're doing on the vineyard. That sounds like a really friendly approach, probably very effective.
I saw Doug Jones and Sam Patterson.
I would suggest we go ahead at least with proclaiming these areas as being mask zones, and it's either up to us or the Board of Health to be able to create the ambassadors, but we are talking, as was pointed out, August 10th. Let's at least get these zones declared and then maybe worry about the enforcement in a week or two.
Sam?
Yeah, I would be really cautious about stirring up some kind of rebellious response from somebody who might have COVID, because that clearly is going to be a case where they could spread it to our volunteers. So I think it needs to be a very diplomatic interchange between whoever it is trying to suggest that somebody put a mask on who's not wearing one, and backing away immediately if they get an aggressive response. So there is an issue of actually precipitating, you know, more aerosols in the atmosphere around that volunteer.
Or just liability issues in general. I mean, we've seen how people who are approached are, you know, sometimes we've seen the stories, but I mean, I think that would go towards, the issue of what the scope of their actual, you know, I don't even want to use the word authority, but what the scope of sort of their duties would be. And if it's more educational, and there is no confrontation, you know, I think it's definitely a fine line to walk. And, you know, maybe we could, I think, again, I don't want to put my one hesitation in doing it. I don't think there's a drawback. I think any, you know, education we can get out there. If it makes, as I think it was Doug Jones was saying when I went to get water, I think I heard him say if 5 more people put on masks, you know, because it's mandatory, then that's a win. I just want to be cognizant of creating that extra burden for 2 departments that are presented here tonight that are already very overburdened. So I want to make sure that we don't just sort of throw it out there and then it becomes the police department getting 50 calls a day, probably more, from folks reporting. Same for Scott. And so I know Scott says we'll handle it, and I know the chief will handle it. But again, that's, you know, that's just something that I'm just a little bit wary of. But if we go forward and then we take it on as a responsibility, working with Julian and Peter and town council to think about what that ambassador education program would look like, I would feel more comfortable than putting that on the health department. Not that we wouldn't want input from the health department, but I just don't think they need another job on top of everything. That's just my opinion. Doug Brown, Julian, were you raising your hand or no? Okay, go ahead,
So,
Doug Brown.
question for Scott. Do we have a supply of masks and some little flyers if we wanted to just start handing them out with volunteers?
Well, I could need to get more. I had if you guys remember back in March, I actually had about 2,000 left over from anthrax scares in the 2000s, but I gave that to police and fire. They've used those up. So we can get our hands on masks. They're more readily available. Yeah, we could do that. We're going to order, so we can get some more in. That's
Okay.
all. Yeah.
I believe we already had some volunteers. It would only take, you know, a person here and there, occasionally just walking around and saying, you know, maybe we give them a 6-foot grabber that the old folks used to reach stuff off the top shelf.
Scott, go ahead.
Just to let you know, the conversations generally aren't pleasant with the businesses when we do the enforcement. So they're not usually pleasant conversations. We come in, you know, so the confrontation piece is there. It's definitely there.
But yeah, but I mean, I think, you know, I envision, I was just gonna say, I envision where, you know, what we're asking the people to do is if you see someone walking and they don't have a mask, with their little pamphlet, just say, would you like a free mask? And if the person says no, that's it. That's the end of the conversation, and you move on. I absolutely think, you know, the real enforcement, like when you're dealing with the restaurants and the businesses, that's you know, you. And I don't think any volunteer is gonna, it's not appropriate for them to take that on. I don't think they don't understand the parameters of what, you know, that entails. So
yeah, sometimes we'll spend, you know, several hours laying a place out with somebody, you know, like this is where your arrow should go and things like that. We do that.
Right.
A lot more.
Yeah. So maybe just, if we're talking about just sort of Main Street and Woods Hole, even if there was one person, you know, kind of doing that, a couple people to like divide up the day. I don't know. I mean, we could, again, it's volunteer. And so I think if we decide to do that, I think that's something that we need to take on and be really clear about what we're putting in place.
It's going to take a few days or at least a week to come up with that volunteer program. And I don't think we should try to do that tonight. I do think that we could declare these areas as being mask zones.
I agree.
Okay. So what did you've go ahead, Sam, and then Nancy. I think I saw you.
You know, we're getting voices from the elected village associations, the Woods Hole Village Association, and maybe they would be willing to pick up the recruiting of volunteers or ambassadors and do the training. I don't think that should be a town responsibility. We have plenty of advocates. Let's at least ask them to come up with methods of suggesting to people and handing them a free mask and hopefully actually improving things.
Or even, I mean, we can sort these details out, but, you know, as I think about it, even if you have 2 stationary places, maybe it's Peg Noonan Park for Main Street and it's, I don't know where, in Woods Hole. where there's a sign that says mandatory masks, order in place, and you have somebody who's there with some free masks and some literature. Rather than anybody approaching anyone, it is sort of a clear sign that people can see as they're walking up and down those areas. And then we take that element of confrontation, really out, and we just have some volunteers who could staff those tables. I don't think that, I think we can simplify it in a way that we get a benefit from it without making it overly complicated. But, so Doug Jones, did you make a motion? You froze at the last part where you're saying, or Doug Brown?
I was just going to say, are we going to discuss the enforcement? Are we going to put a $25 fine on it or something like that?
What's this board's feeling about the?
I think that would enhance the signage. Mask required if you can't maintain 6 feet, $25 fine or something. Yes, Scott?
Scott?
I'm sorry.
It also ups the intensity. So if you're trying to go ambassador and then you throw the fine, you've just changed the ambassadorship to show something much different. How do you assess a fine to somebody without collecting their identification? Chief Dunn would know more than I about that, but because we fine establishments more than we do people. So.
Mm-hmm. And do we know for other? Oops, sorry. Go ahead, Doug.
I'm more interested in having a policy and educating people than trying to put enforcement behind it. I'm still very optimistic that when people are informed and know about it, they'll stick with it. Or they won't and will be argumentative. And those people, we're not going to be able to find. We won't be successful with that.
Frank, can I ask you a question? If we make something mandatory and we don't put a consequence of what happens if you break that mandatory requirement, are we missing a piece of this? Is there something that we need to do if we make a policy of that nature?
That's a very difficult question to answer. I'm not quite sure about that. I think one thing, though, if you're thinking of making a mask mandatory zone, you ought to at the same time ask somebody to come up with a plan for enforcement. Come back and think about it.
Okay. Yes, Julian.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think if the board wants to pursue a voluntary educational program along the lines of this ambassador concept that Chief Dunn has helped us identify, I think we have a reasonable chance of achieving some at least short-term success in enhancing the wearing of masks. I think if you add the enforcement piece, it's going to complicate it significantly and could create some unanticipated consequences that will complicate things. Again, just looking at what some other communities have done and what we can put in motion, given as a reminder that we are beginning to approach mid-August.
Yep, Diana.
I think if we focus on the social distancing, not being able to do social distancing on Main Street, that sort of thing, and maybe you do something like this in stages. You start with the education piece, and as we get into the fall, and then we have a better sense of where we're going to be next spring at this time, and maybe that's at a point where if things still need to continue, then you kind of can look at it, have more time and planning and opportunity to work with that enforcement, because I think you couldn't really put the ambassador type of role and ask them to find people. And yet we're all talking about the resources being tough. And again, the person that's not wearing it, either they're not knowledgeable, but at this point, if 3 out of their 4 friends are all with them and have masks, they're just being stubborn. So then they're going to push back, and that's the place you probably don't want those ambassadors to be in. So maybe stages is what I'm.
Thank you. Chief Dunn and then Doug Jones.
Madam Chair, if you want, I can forward to Frank and everybody. I know they probably have access to it, but I can forward the policies and the procedures and the flyers and the information to anybody that you want that I got from Provincetown and Oak Bluffs. Provincetown has a pretty simple, basic educational flyer, which gets to the point.
And do they have a fine? Do you know?
I know when I spoke with Chief Golden, their main effort is education, and I'll take a look. I'll have to get back to you on that.
They
Okay,
do have
yep.
a fine. It's an escalating fine, first offense, second offense. I think it may go up to $500 on a third offense.
Correct. I didn't know. I just didn't remember the figures, but
Yeah.
there is.
But as Chief said, it was clear that they're emphasizing the education, not the enforcement.
I'll forward that along, and people can take a
Right.
look at it.
Thank you. Doug Jones.
Since we don't actually have a next meeting till the 24th, I believe, I would make a motion that we create 2 mask advisory zones. And that would be in Woods Hole, the Water Street, Luscombe Avenue, Railroad Avenue, and in Main Street from the Village Green to Shore Street. And if we can just start advertising, these are mask advisory zones, we're advising you to wear them. If we're not mandating it because we can't enforce it, whatever terminology we want to call it, we're saying these are areas that the town is saying wear your mask.
Because you can't social distance.
Right.
Right. Okay. We have that motion.
I would second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? And then we can work out with staff, we can work out the details of any of the educational component of that, the signage, et cetera.
And if we're making it a mandate 2 weeks from now or a month from now, we can head in that direction and find out what to do for fines and enforcement.
Okay. Peter, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, you did. Just because we're going to want to move on this quickly, and Selectman Jones was very quick in describing the geography. Could I just ask you to repeat that again, defining the areas of the advisory zones?
In Woods Hole, I was suggesting Water Street, Luscombe Avenue, and Railroad Avenue. And in downtown Falmouth, I was suggesting Main Street from the Village Green to Shore Street.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, vote by roll call. English Braga, aye. Brown.
Brown, aye.
Taylor.
Taylor, aye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Patterson.
Anderson, aye.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for that.
Thank you.
We'll raise the profile of that a bit. Okay, we also want to have a discussion about, there was an article in the Cape Cod Times from August 6th about the sort of lifeguard situation here in Falmouth. And while, the concern really was that perhaps some of the information in the article was not really correct in terms of the portrayal of what best practices through CDC required. So if we could just go, Peter, are you going to walk us through this?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I could.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
So thank you for the opportunity. I will be brief, but we do appreciate the opportunity to just assure the board and the public that the town has had the safety of the lifeguards and the public and preventing the spread of COVID as our primary concern. And we have in fact followed CDC guidelines for managing lifeguard positive tests and exposures. And particularly in light of that newspaper article that you mentioned, we thought it was worth spending just a couple of minutes on going through some of those details.
Great,
So an employee, when an employee is known to have tested positive or reports symptoms or has reported symptoms, we have immediately removed that employee from active service for isolation under the direction of a healthcare provider. And in addition to that, any employee known to have had an exposure to someone known to have COVID-19, as defined by the CDC, has been immediately removed from active service. And I'm going to spend just a moment on that definition of exposure, because I think that's where some of the confusion comes in. And all employees, beach department included, are required to self-screen for COVID-19 symptoms on a daily basis. So if they are not able to affirm that they do not have COVID-19 symptoms, then they don't start the workday.
Can you just, can I ask you on that piece, Peter?
Yes.
Are they doing, are they being asked at the beginning of their shift? Are they doing sort of questionnaire? Are they being asked to sort of affirm, I don't have this symptom or that symptom? How is that particular component manifested?
Yeah, it's at the start of the workday. Many of our town departments are using an automated email notification that they have to fill out within the first hour of the workday. I believe at the beach department, they were doing it manually at the start of the workday, but they are now just recently switching over to that.
Electronic, yeah.
that
I see
electronic
Maggie saying
means.
electronic at 7 a.m. Maggie Clayton is saying
Thank you,
that.
Maggie.
So, okay, great, thank you.
Sure. So in terms of managing employee exposures, we refer to the CDC, and the CDC has some very clear and explicit guidance. It appears on their website. There is a general business FAQ and then a public health recommendations, and I'll just walk you through those. So if this is from the CDC site, and it says, if employees have been exposed but are not showing symptoms, should I allow them to work? And the CDC website says employees may have been exposed if they are a close contact of someone who is infected, which is defined as being within 6 feet of a person with COVID-19 for a prolonged period of time. That prolonged period of time is a defined term. There's a link. You follow that link and it brings you here. And if I can get the, so on the far left, the definition of a person who is exposed is an individual who has had close contact within less than 6 feet for 15 minutes or more. So that's where it's important. You know, those are the facts that we go through each time there is an employee who reports positive or an employee who reports that they may have had an exposure. If there were 2 lifeguards and they were 7 feet apart wearing masks during lifeguard drills for 15 minutes, you know, we're not going to call that an exposure because they were more than 6 feet apart. So it's a detailed analysis, case by case, that we look at the facts to determine whether an exposure has taken place. And where some of the confusion came in terms of the newspaper article was that the town, as a further precaution, because we knew about some activities that took place outside of the workplace, we did offer testing to all beach department employees. So that included employees for whom there was no known exposure, no symptoms. So it was perfectly appropriate in those cases for those employees to continue working while they waited to receive the results of their tests. There were other individuals who did report an exposure within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes. In that case, they were quarantined, tested, but they were not working while they were tested, while they awaited the results of that test. They had to be, regardless of the test, quarantined for that 14-day period.
Right.
So I think that about covers it.
Yep.
Employees with no known exposures and no symptoms remained active, and that's in active service pending receipt of the test results, and that's within the state and within the CDC guidelines.
Thank
So
you,
that's
Peter.
pretty much it. In case there are any
Yeah,
questions.
thank you. I think that really clarifies the confusion that some people had when they would hear people got a test and went back to work. And it was in limited circumstances. Those were people who, because the test was made available by the town and they chose to have the test done, they were, you know, they hadn't had a known exposure and they had no symptoms. So there wouldn't have been any reason for them, you know, not to be able to report to work. And I think that distinction between those two very different categories is perhaps it has been confusing to some folks. So that's really helpful to have that clarified. Any questions for Peter or for Scott about this particular issue? Great. Thank you. Okay. Anything else, Scott, you want to tell us before you go?
That's why I have a popsicle headache every day going through that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Brain freeze. Without the benefit of having a whole bunch of ice cream, just automatic brain freeze. Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate that. And obviously we'll be in contact. Bye, Diana. Thank you. And thanks to the Board of Health for taking a look and weighing in on that. We appreciate it. Okay, next we are gonna we're gonna take a look at the get a little status update on the automatic sprinkler ban. We had voted on this last time that we met. Given the fact that we have been experiencing drought conditions, and I think it was a 20% increase in water use from this time last year. We heard from Steve Rafferty about his suggestion, and he's here tonight. I know we got some feedback from a lot of individuals, both private homeowners as well as some business owners, about the impact of this policy that we voted in, and we wanted to have an opportunity to hear from Steve and from Peter McConerty regarding just, follow up as to where we are and if this board had any additional questions. So welcome. Steve, did you want to start off?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, for this opportunity to give you an update. Appreciate your support to put the ban in. I did send you a little package. I'm not going to go through every item on that, but we are seeing a positive effect from doing that. As a resident of Falmouth, I can tell you that people in this community do step up when they're asked to step up. I think most homeowners and businesses are aware of the ban and are doing their part to cooperate. Two key parameters. One, the Tech Park tank level, which is the way we monitor how we can maintain pressure to key areas of West Falmouth. We've been able to hold that level in the early morning hours. And overall, we're putting about 1 million to maybe 1.25 million gallons less water into the system each day. Part of what we've done is we printed up door hangers. We typically use door hangers to tell people, when we're going to interrupt their water for construction, and the door hanger says that, they're in violation of the ban, and if they continue in a repeat manner, that they may be subject to having their water shut off. We printed up 500 of those. We put out around 200 of them so far. I have no idea how many emails you folks have gotten. I've gotten someplace between a plethora and an avalanche of emails. And I've been doing my best to respond to them about where we're at with this. The other underlying issue here that we all have to appreciate is there's really been no rainfall at all. And if you don't have anything better to do, go take a walk around Long Pond and see how far it's down. I do hope it gets some more water. I realize that the ban came as a little bit of a surprise to people because this community has historically not had a ban for a very long time. Best as I can tell, it was back in the 50s, the last time they had any sort of ban on the water usage. But it's not unusual for communities to have water bans, and a lot of that goes back to how the state regulates the water we can take, and I don't want to get into all of that. It's in your package if you want to read about it. But just as a point of reference, Mashpee back in 1998 actually has prohibited anybody from having irrigation systems and directs them to putting private wells in. Currently, both Bourne and Barnstable have instituted a complete or partial ban on outside irrigation this year. So we're not on our own of this. In total, there's about 300 some odd communities in Massachusetts. 35 or 40 of them are on the MWA system, but of the remainder, 127 of them, and most of them on eastern Massachusetts, have some form of mandatory water use restrictions, ranging from, the outside irrigation to a complete outside water use ban. Peter McConerty and I have begun a conversation about going forward, the best way to manage our water supply. I think the bulk of you on the board are aware at some level that a couple of years ago, we took the Fresh Pond well, which is a 1 million gallon supply, out of service because of fluoride issues. We keep working on trying to find a way to get that back online. But you take 1 million gallons out of a water supply that can only produce 10 or 11, you start to really pinch the system because there are no other supplies. So if we take the long range view, the town does need to begin working on getting that Fresh Pond well back online, looking at additional supplies, but that will run us up against the Water Resource Management Act. And that act, for those of you that have got a long history, and I think Frank might be one of the best people on that, maybe Peter, I don't remember. But, you know, getting the permit for the Crooked Pond well took a lot of steps and limitations on what we can do up there. Because the state owns the water and they permit it back to us. We only get water when they feel that we're not utilizing water for non-essential usage. And the state feels that irrigation is a non-essential use. So it's taken a little while to get here. And we're sort of looking at how to manage our irrigation desires, which I appreciate that people like having a green lawn. I'm not looking to stop doing that for people, but we also have to make sure we have enough water for our regular needs, and we need to look for another source of water. Last thing I will say is we are working on a sort of an interim short-term solution for the pressure issues on Telegraph Hill, but that will take several months to continue to implement. We have a challenge in front of us that we need to paint the Tech Park tank this fall. And we will be experimenting with what it means when we take that tank offline as we get into September and the demands come down. So I think this ban will remain in effect at least through probably late September or early October until that tank is painted. That might be a lot of information for you to absorb, but I'm available to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Steve. We appreciate it. Go ahead, Doug.
And the ban is for automatic irrigation systems. Does that mean that if someone went and pushed the manual irrigation button on their system and let it run for 20 minutes and turned it off, they would be violating the ban?
Probably technically, but like I said, I've got people out in the early morning. We're looking to really curtail the usage. We've got a couple of people we've already tracked down who apparently aren't even in their house and their irrigation system is running, and we're not quite sure how to find them to get them to shut it off. So I'm encouraging hoses. You know, the automatic system, you know, I don't want people to game the system. How's that?
Yep. But let me ask a follow-up on that, because this is a question that some folks have asked me. So if you put your $5 from Job Lot sprinkler on, connected to your hose, that's not the same thing as hand watering, right? I mean, this ban doesn't prevent hand watering. Does it prevent a sprinkler, of that nature? That's one of the questions I've gotten that people are confused about.
The way the order that you made and the way the bylaw is written, that is not banned.
Understood. And I say that with the caveat of all the concerns that you've raised that we've heard about as we're addressing this issue, still remain. So the goal is, for folks, we are trying to reduce that usage for non-essential, water needs. But that is one thing that folks had asked about in terms of a sprinkler attached to a hose. Okay, thank you. Doug Brown.
So I think, we've got some comments from landscapers, and one thing I think that I feel like we overlooked was the fact that when landscaping is brand new, it's not going to survive unless it's pretty heavily watered. Can we give, I know we already got an opinion from town council that we can't exempt any special groups, and I'm not suggesting that it would be a special group, but can new construction be watered? Maybe they can turn on their sprinkler in the evening, and so that they can just keep their plants alive in the first year. I mean, once stuff is established, the second year it doesn't matter, but the first year it is a death sentence. So is there some workaround that we can do? Because this is a big surprise, and a lot of people just spent a lot of money on putting in new stuff. If they had known this was coming, maybe they wouldn't have done their plantings in the middle of this hot summer.
But they could hand water those.
They can set up hoses, and you can put a timer on your hose, I would imagine. I think it's a message that if we start letting individuals use their automatic sprinkler systems, at what point does one decide that the plants are, fully rooted in and now has to be shut off? I think there, as Doug just said, there are some workarounds here. And we're not trying to hurt anybody. And I've had a couple people contact me about things, and I've said, well, could you try this or try that? And they were like, is that going to be okay? And that's back to the hose and the sprinkler sort of issue.
Right.
Well,
So
that's fine if it's a homeowner, but what if it's a new construction and the people are not in the house yet? Then you're going to have workers out in the middle of the hot sun trying to water. That's kind of counterproductive. So if they could set their new construction timer to come on in the evening, say 9 to 11 p.m., and this is only for this part of this season, can we work around that? I mean, it's not exempting a group, it's just.
Let me have Frank or Irie weigh in on that, because it's really an issue of what the bylaw allows. So if we can have Frank, and I know you guys have told us, so if you just want to weigh in again so the public can hear what your thoughts are.
So I think I was the one that sent the email. I don't know whether you want to address it, Frank.
No, go ahead and finish.
Okay. The bylaw is chapter 233, sections 4 and 5. The bylaw states that the water, sorry, I just muted myself there, that the water restriction declaration applies to, quote, all public and private users of the town's public water supply system, regardless of any person's responsibility for paying water bills for water used at any particular facility. And this applies if the water is town water, not if the water is a private well. So in that language, there is no carve out for any specific type of user or commercial property or new construction. That's just not in the bylaw.
Madam Chair, would this be an appropriate time to read that public comment that we received regarding this?
No, I have it here. I can read it, or if you want to read it.
Well, either one.
Okay, I have it open because I knew we wanted to read it. So this is from Paul Raposa, and he reached out to us from Raposa Landscaping. And he wrote, I'm writing today to ask on behalf of my clients for emergency selective relief from the watering ban. I have several clients that just had new lawns and plantings installed. If they are not allowed to water their new lawns and plants, they will most certainly perish and they will have wasted thousands of dollars in their homes and landscapes. I also employ over 20 people that rely on this type of work for their income. The economic toll will be high, as I am but one of many companies that service our town. I'm sure there are hundreds of Falmouth homeowners in the same situation. Therefore, I'm asking for an exemption from this ban for new lawns and plantings until they become established. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration of this matter. So, I think to that point, there isn't the bylaw. We can't supersede the confines of the bylaw. We are bound by that unless I'm stating something that's incorrect, but I don't think we do not have the authority to change the bylaw on our own. So if we utilize the bylaw for a ban, then I think we're bound by the parameters of that bylaw. Is that correct, Frank?
I think that's correct. Remember that you only effectuate a ban like this under very strenuous circumstances where it's necessary.
Correct. And just a reminder to folks that the bylaw is for, we've just heard, not that we're encouraging workarounds because the goal is to preserve a finite resource, but it doesn't mean you can't water your plantings, and it doesn't mean you can't water your lawn. It's a very specific prohibition. And I absolutely understand that it's not feasible for some types of, as I know Doug Brown has pointed out, sort of new construction, it's not feasible to necessarily have people there, but it's not a ban on watering your lawn completely or watering your plants completely.
So it seems then that the only way that we would be able to give relief would be to rescind our vote and make it a voluntary water ban. And I guess that's probably not really on the table right now.
What is Peter, sorry, Peter, you've had your hand up. So Peter McConerty, and then maybe Steve, if you just want to weigh in on that particular suggestion, if that were something. to go forward.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up to the board, as Steve had put in his notes, this is not the first year that Steve and I have had conversations on this. With the last couple of years, we've had conversations on the water usage in town. But the water usage this year is up 20%. That's what we had said last month. Last year, Steve brushed on this and alluded to it, but we're only allowed out of the Water Management Act to draw so much water. Last year, we got to 97%, correct, Steve? 97% of allocation.
Right.
And this year, we're already 20% over. So during the off months, we pump less water. It's going to have to be compensated during those times. During those times, so we don't go over our limit that we have. And the other point that Steve had brought up is there's a lot of developments going on in town. We have a lot of new roads, new developments going on in town. And, you know, according to the building permits and to the structures, we have 460 in the last two and a half years. All those dwellings and residences all have water connections. So we're going up, we're not going down. So to point out, Frank had mentioned that this is extreme situation. I think this is going to be an ongoing thing in coming years. We're going to have to really look to discuss this because we're using more and more water. And this is a dry year, but we are using more and more water. So I think this is going to have to be something that we're going to have to discuss, not just this year, but in future years.
And I'll see you 1 second. I see you, Julian. Can you tell me, are we getting any water from, excuse me, the base?
Yes, we are. So
Okay.
we actually have a contract with the Upper Cape Regional Water Supply for a certain amount of water that we routinely take from them. One of the issues during the course of this year has been that they had a well they had to do some work on. So normally in some past years, we've been able to get an extra 200 or 300 gallons a minute during some of the summer months. But this year we've been limited on our ability to get extra water from them. They have just about resolved that problem on their side going forward. But you know, on the short term, to get the Fresh Pond well back online and the Upper Cape to get cleaned up, we put a little more water in the system. But as Peter just noted, you know, we've had 2% growth in the system in the last couple of years, just in general. You know, that keeps putting demand on the system, and we don't. So I've been here 5 years, and in the 5 years I've been here, July 4th and Road Race Weekend have always been what I would call stay awake all night, wondering what surprise we might get because we're using all of our resources. But that's only for a couple of days, and there is water in the tanks usually. This summer, it's been just a fight all the way along to stay ahead of it. And I have put a capital budget request in for the last couple of years to try to start developing a new source, along with bringing the Fresh Pond back, but that's not an instantaneous solution. Yeah. And the other side of that is that under the Water Resource Management Act, you know, the way that act is written, irrigation is a non-essential use. And so before they'll grant you the ability to get more water, they're going to want to know, what are you doing?
What have we done?
Irrigation.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had a luxury that there was a lot of sort of grandfathered pumping capacity out of Long Pond. But over the last couple of years, we've kind of reached that limit. We're getting there. We need to manage it better and set ourselves up to get more water out of the ground in the future.
Yeah, and I think it's helpful that you just pointed out a number of sort of challenges that have come together all at one time, which leads to Frank's point that this isn't something that's used very often. You know, we have an incredibly dry period. I mean, I don't think we've had much rain, you know, at all, other than that little bit from the tropical storm.
Less than half an inch in the last 75 days.
I mean, that's
less
stunning.
than half an inch in 75 days.
Yeah, and then and you're adding to that natural challenge what you just talked about with the base, and then with Long Pond, and you really have a confluence of you know, real obstacles to meeting an over sort of that 20%. It's even more. It's not like we're just trying to meet our regular needs. We're trying to reach needs that are larger than they normally would be. So Julian, did you have?
Just
comment?
one ancillary comment, Madam Chair. I know we're talking a lot about domestic water use, but I just wanted to underscore that we're only one very significant fire away from the water challenge becoming a water crisis. So this is about fire protection as well. We've got to be very careful to understand and prioritize what our values are in terms of the use of the town's water. So I just want to put that in the equation as well.
You're keeping the system with enough pressure
Keeping
and
the tanks
availability.
full.
Yeah.
Keeping the tanks full.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Steve or Peter? Thank you. So you'll keep us updated and let us know as things change. Go ahead, Sam.
I just want to make the point that we do have a sole source aquifer, and the reason I think the state sort of takes ownership over the water and the ground and the rivers also is because it is a finite supply, and of course it's not constant either. And what we're seeing is a dry period. But if you think about future generations, if we keep pulling more and more water out of the ground, we're going to get saltwater infiltration coming in from the coast. And that's going to be part of a growing problem. So, I don't think we should look at this as a totally, a blip, if you will, and it's not going to be here next year and the year after. Demand is going up. There's only so much water in the ground. We're going to see water tables dropping and probably more severe, rationing of the access to water.
Yep, Doug Brown.
Steve, is there any chance that we'll be able to increase what we are getting from the Otis base? Because they're on the top of the lens, they've got a pretty big supply.
Right. I think over the next couple of weeks, we might be able to get a couple hundred gallons more, Doug. But what we really need is around 600 or 800 gallons more right now to get us ahead of the game. I do appreciate, Madam Chair and the board, this chance to update you and hope it was informative.
Thank you. And I hope that folks just, approach it with a spirit of trying to work together for sort of the collective best interests of the community, and that there are some options, and certainly I hope we clarified some of those tonight. So we really appreciate you updating us. Thank you. Thank you, Peter, as well.
Welcome.
Okay, next. Thank you. Next, we're going to return to something that we listened to our last meeting, which is approve a request for variance to the sign code for Cumberland Farms located at 8 Old Meeting House Road and 400 East Falmouth Highway. This is continued from July 27th. And it's a little bit earlier tonight, but not much. So we broke that promise to you, but welcome. I know that there's some information sent out right around the time that the meeting started. Did everyone get that additional information from Diane?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So why don't we start with, do you want to present what's different in this application? And we know sort of the background, so I think we can kind of dive right into the discussion if you just give us an update.
Absolutely. Just making sure you can hear me.
Yes. Welcome.
Excellent. So we met on July 27th. Cumberland Farms was looking at that time for 2 freestanding signs and a wall sign. We had gotten to the wall sign on the front of the store. The board actually took a vote and granted that wall sign. But there was concerns about the freestanding sign and having multiple freestanding signs. And while we front 2 front streets, were able to do that, we were kind of, it was suggested as a possibility for Cumberland Farms to go back and remove the requested freestanding sign along Old Meeting House Road, in return to kind of put another wall sign on the front perspective that faces Meeting House Road that's similar to the front of the store. And in actuality, it's actually a little bit smaller because it does fit that area better. And if I could share my screen.
Please go ahead.
So these are the two wall signs in which we're proposing. Was unable to get them in color because we did change up to get in time for this meeting. In essence, the one that's on the bottom shows the front perspective facing East Falmouth Highway, which we discussed last time, and this board voted to approve. We were discussing taking the front perspective, which is the top right sign, which faces Meeting House Road, and putting a similar wall sign there in lieu of basically taking away the freestanding sign. So that's one proposed change in which we have presented this board with, and are hopeful this board would be willing to grant the same variance in which we got on the height of that sign for the front perspective facing Old Meeting House Road. The other change that we made was there was significant discussion about the T-ticket sign that we have at Cumberland Farms 212 T-ticket Road. We went back and basically used the exact same sign in which we had a T-ticket, and have basically proposed to use the same sign here. In essence, this is we've reduced the cabinet from 6 feet down to 5 feet. And it gives us a height of 4.6 feet. So in essence, it's a 22.5 square foot sign where 16 is permitted. Because of the arch as well, it's actually less than 22.5, but I just wanted to give you the max as if this was a complete rectangle. So the max of 22.5 is what we do have a T-ticket, and it's what we will be looking to do here. And those were the significant changes in which we have made here. And we're hopeful that with these changes, the sign plans in which are before the board and the request for variances would be acceptable to this board.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? We spent a lot of time looking at this. The applicant basically went back and did what we asked. So Doug, go ahead. Doug Jones.
Well, I guess I don't remember approving the other sign at Cumberland Farms, but the idea that it's 40% bigger than what our sign code allows, I guess we made a mistake on the other one then. I don't know why we would have approved something that is 40% bigger than what our sign code says.
I mean, the standalone sign that's in front of the T-ticket?
Yep. Amazing difference between 16 feet.
Yep, sorry, go ahead.
Going up 40% increase. If we're gonna have a sign code and we ignore it that badly, I don't know why we made that decision before, but I certainly don't think we should do it again.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Doug Brown?
I don't know why we did it either, but that was the recommendation at the last meeting, was that why can't we just match the other one? Not realizing that it was that much above the sign variance.
I've spent a lot of time looking at the one on T-ticket highway because I drive past it a million times. Probably a lot of you do as well. And I don't find it, it was actually a fair amount smaller than what I thought it was going to be when I drove by it. I mean, it's not my particular cup of tea. I'm just not into the lit up signs, but I understand that, it's a gas station and it's trying to sort of get people's attention, but I didn't find it as large as I don't think it wasn't discreet, but I didn't find it as large as I thought that it might be. So I do agree with Doug Brown in that was the direction we gave to the applicant, was to sort of go back. Not that we're bound by that, but I do think that they have done what we essentially suggested the last time we met.
We are setting a dangerous precedent that we don't care about our sign code and will be willing to go 40% above it.
Any other members of the board?
I have a different question for the applicant. The sign that's facing Old Meeting House, does that fit within our 3 foot maximum?
No, it's similar to what we are requesting on the on the front of this on the front as well. It is we're looking for a foot. And give me 1 second.
Because you did say it was smaller than the front.
Well, the height is the same, but it's actually a linear feet. So the one that's on the front is 80 points. it's longer. The one that's on the front of the store is longer. The one that's on the side of the store is shorter, but the height is still it's 4 feet 10 inches. So we're looking 4 feet 10 inches and a half. So we're looking for a variance of 1 foot and a half inch. And the main reason for that is
that lit up? Can you remind me? It's not, the letters aren't lit up. It has lighting on it.
I believe, John, are you there? Can you remind me if that sign is lit up?
Like, is it internally lit?
John Morrison?
Yeah, the sign is internally illuminated.
Yeah.
Okay. On both sides?
On both sides, yes.
Bear with me. Apologize. So in essence, the Cumberland Farms, it's the logo, it's the Cumberland, and it's the farms. And basically, for architectural wise, from viewing the size of the front and the side, we felt that this size basically it gives us the best aesthetic feel in which we could have. We were looking for a minor variance of 1 foot and 10 inches and a half. That's what we were looking to do. On the side facing Meeting House Road, it is lengthwise, it is shorter because we felt that actually met the architectural aspect of it on the side. But the one that is in the front, which is the main side facing old East Falmouth Highway, is a little bit longer.
All right, any questions from the board? Go ahead, Doug Brown.
I don't have a question, but I just would throw out that I feel like I would be inclined to work with that, since how they were willing to remove that other freestanding sign, which I find more objectionable.
Even if it's smaller, it would be, even if it was conforming, is what you're saying.
Well, I would prefer if it would conform, but I do agree that proportionally, it looks pretty good compared to the rest of the size of that gable, which is usually what the standard is. In most towns, our town is very strict. Most towns will allow the proportionate sign to the size of the gable.
I saw your hand up, Sam, and Nancy, did you have your hand up? Okay, Sam and then Nancy.
Yeah, I am concerned about the internally lit sign and some control over how bright that is. I think with the MD facility there on Davis Straits, we asked them to tone down the intensity of the lighting there. I think we need to actually put some kind of a restriction on that, because that's going to make a big difference. If it's modest, it just kind of glows, stands out in contrast, and at night, that's not as objectionable in my mind as something that's kind of a neon bright. So I would like to see some kind of restriction on how bright that sign can be. I understand the rationale for having it backlit. I think to some extent, if it's soft in intensity, that's better than having a bright light shining and all of the bulbs and what have you focused out on the outside. I think when you look at the size of the property and the size of that particular facility, it's not as objectionable to me, and it certainly isn't a very busy business, intersection. Not as adverse to allowing some of these exceptions.
Thank you. Nancy.
I agree. However, it is troublesome to me, and I'm having a hard time reconciling the fact that the T-ticket sign is 40% over what the town allows, and now even though we told them go back and at least to my memory, we said mimic T-ticket, but again, we're going to allow a sign to go up that exceeds what we allow by 40%. And I'm having a real difficult time reconciling both of those.
Did we, could I ask, did we actually do that design review or was that the planning board?
I wasn't involved with T-Ticket. I'm pretty sure we had your sign, in order to go, to get that sign there, I'm assuming they had to go through you guys for the freestanding signs, because they had similar signs for the walls as well as the freestanding sign. And I can't imagine they didn't have to go through you guys in order to do that, given your sign bylaw,
Right.
which has been around for a while. So that was only back in 2014, 15, I believe it was. So I don't think it's that long ago. Yeah, I mean, and at the end of the day, I mean, the last time we were talking, we were really looking to try and really take into the consideration that there's a residential neighborhood that's more so facing off of Meeting House Road. And we have the right to put a freestanding sign there. And the options were to either do a freestanding sign that's basically 16 feet of height at that point and do it at both, or can we compromise and find a way in which to make it work that's beneficial? So we believe that taking away the freestanding sign facing the residential makes 100% sense. We already we're showing a T-ticket sign. I don't think it's exactly 40%. I'm not, like I said last time, I'm not the best math person, but it's basically 16 is allowed. We're looking to do 22.5. If we actually take into the arc aspect of that sign as well, it's going to be a little less than 22.5. What we're looking for, we are looking for 6.5 height variance on that, or square footage variance on this. And I do realize that, but I think if you actually look at it, and as the chair has indicated, I think it is not a significantly large sign that is not consistent with other commercial signs that are on those roads. The CVS that's across the street, I'm not sure exactly how large their sign was when they were approved, but I think we were definitely within the range of that. And I believe, given that this is a gas station as well as a convenience store, we are needing a sign to basically portray at least at a minimum, the regular gas, as well as identify the Falmouth Farms that's there. We believe that it's reasonable and consistent with the neighborhood, and are respectfully requesting that we're able to proceed with the requested signs.
Thank you. Doug Jones.
Everyone's going to know it's a gas station. You don't need a sign to determine it's a gas station. Everyone's going to recognize it as Cumberland Farms. I think I'm not convinced by those arguments. If it goes down a little bit, it'll be 37.5% bigger. And I'm actually pretty good with numbers. And maybe the whole reason the T-ticket one got put forward is because the person presenting it then gave us the wrong numbers. And so we just believed that they were telling us it was only 2 square feet more, as opposed to this one, which was 6 square feet more than is allowed. And so I just cannot support going this much bigger over our sign code. We have the codes for a reason. They're across all of town. I think minor variances are fine, but 37.5 or 40% is unacceptable to me.
Okay, so any further discussion from the board? I think we probably have heard enough that we can take a vote.
I'm certainly willing to grant the variance on the 2 wall signs.
Okay, so let's start there. I have a motion for the variances on the 2 building affixed signs. Do you have a second?
Patterson, second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor by roll call: English Braga, aye. Brown.
Brown, aye.
Taylor.
Taylor, aye.
Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Okay, and what is this board's pleasure regarding the freestanding sign?
I just feel like we're not operating in a business-like way if we ask them to go back and match that, and now we're thinking of something else. I agree with Mr. Jones that was a mistake to have done it in the first place, but you know, business is business, and that's what we asked for.
We did not vote on that. We did not make any vote that we were telling them to go back and do that. It was something that came up in our discussion. It wasn't something we said, if you go back and do that, we're going to approve it.
Okay, well, I guess I said it, so
So
that's not a vote.
Okay. So we need some motion regarding, so I'll make a motion to approve it because I think we need to move the issue forward. So I'll make the motion to approve the application for the variance.
Patterson, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, by roll call, English Braga, aye. Brown,
Brown eye.
Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones.
Jones, no.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for bringing that back to us. Okay.
Please make sure you consider the brightness of those wall signs, though. If they're too glaring and garish, we're going to be coming back at you.
No, I absolutely agree. I think Cumberland Farms will definitely work with the town. We believe that what we are looking at is too bright. Definitely entertain the possibility of reducing those luminance, and we'll definitely take that into consideration whatever we do put up there to have the ability to adjust it.
Yep.
So,
People live around there. We've got Gosnell Grove right there, and then all the folks on Old Meeting House. So thank you.
100% fair. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, we are on to presentation from Charter Review Committee on proposed articles. I believe that Mr. Clark. Welcome.
There have been times I thought I'd have to say good morning to you all.
Yeah, we're trying to keep that from happening, although we're inching closer. So we know you have a presentation. If we can, do you want it loaded now and then walk? Okay, perfect.
Well,
thank you, Thomas. I think he's going to
let
just.
me ask,
Yep.
May I ask you a question?
Of course, yes.
Having been here to hear the issues about the warrant in November.
Yes.
And having also been here for the 2 or 3 hours since then, brevity seems to be important. Is there a point in going through 11, these 11 ideas might be compressed to 9, but frankly, none of them is going to make a difference whether the town runs or doesn't run. They're not the budget. They're not going to create huge dysfunction if they don't pass. So I guess my question to you is, do you want to hear about all 11? Do you want to give me a number that you'd like me to shoot at? We'll go back and come back with 2 or 3 that we think are most significant. How do you want to deal with this right now, please?
Sure. So go ahead, Doug.
I think 2 or 3 sounds great.
I think recognizing that and I understand the committee has been working on this for a long time, and no one wants their charge to go on indefinitely. But knowing what we're going to probably have to look at for November in terms of, what we're really going to be able to handle. I think if we can hear a few of them, we've all received them and we've looked at, and we've kind of had some of the conversations as time has gone on. So if you want to give us, a few that seem to be really the ones that the committee feels strongest about, I think that would be a good way to start.
Understanding they have not had a chance to act on this.
Yes.
We have to go to town vote on these anyway in April, right? Or in May?
No, these would have to go until next November, Frank, I think, because if they're voted on in April, you don't have time to get them on the ballot in May. So I think what you're delaying here would have to wait a whole year, Frank. Is that correct?
That's correct. The charter amendment should be considered at a November town meeting. Then they have to go to the Attorney General.
Okay.
And then when they come back from the Attorney General, they go on the May town annual election. So if you postpone them till April, you've basically thrown another whole year on top of the situation. November is the month we typically hear charter amendment.
And I would say to you that if you hold some for a whole year until a year from November, I'm going to want you to understand that the committee is going to go on complete recess. I'm not going to chair the committee for another year through new ideas and other things.
I mean, Frank, could you just weigh in on this issue? Can this board, we hear from the committee, we make a decision about what might go on this November and what might go on November of 21. Does the Charter Review Committee have to continue to do their work? Have they completed their task because they've presented to us and we've gone through it and we've looked at it and we've had the debate? Can you just weigh in on that? Because Peter raises a good point, which is it's already been extended. And, nobody wants to be on a committee for 3 years. I mean, that's just really asking, and to kind of keep reinventing the wheel. So you just weigh in
Megan,
on that.
the Charter Review Committee is just that. It is a committee that you create and it reports to you. The Charter Review Committee can submit a final report to you at any time they want. And the selectmen have the authority, because you create the warrant for town meetings. If you see there's a charter amendment that you would like to bring up at the time you feel is important, you may do so. The Charter Review Committee perhaps could be revived, perhaps to make a presentation at town meeting, but it does not have to stay in existence for the entire period of time.
Okay. Does that address some of the concerns, Peter?
Yes.
That
I mean,
okay.
I certainly don't mind making a presentation a year from November, or the vice chair or whoever's still alive at that point. So yes, let's take a look at a few of these things.
Great, thank you.
You saw that there were 3 categories. There were 5 amendments in the first category, all of which had been presented to you last November and are coming back to you. Of those 5, most are clarifying wording or unifying wording or doing things of that sort. The one that might have some practical.
Do you want Tom to load? I'm sorry. Oh,
yes.
There we go. I just wanted to have it loaded.
I would ask Tom to do page 5 for you. I would say to you that this is probably the one of these first 5 that has some practicality to it, because in the current charter, no one is designated as the person responsible for determining whether someone is missing too many meetings. And so there's some practicality in this amendment that says the chairperson is responsible for that. And we're recommending that the whole committee vote on whatever recommendation on removing somebody. The other change we've made here is a new one since 2019, because the old language says that if there's a vacancy, it shall be filled within 30 days or in accordance with general laws. And we're recommending that it says the process to fill shall begin within 30 days to try to maintain some urgency, but recognizing that there's a process in town that really doesn't get it done in 30 days. So this is the one of those first 5 that it seems to me has some practical merit to be considered if you wanted to. The rest are kind of cleaning up language.
Great.
I don't know whether you have questions about any of the others, but this is probably the one I would pick from that group.
Okay.
Let me go to the last category, which is the one recommendation on page, Thomas, that would be page 13. Sorry, 14 and 15. Go to 14. And at the last November town meeting, Article 32 was designed to remove the names of 4 committees from the charter because they didn't meet a definition that we were putting in. That definition passed at town meeting. It passed on the ballot. So there's now a definition of which of the many governmental bodies should be mentioned in the charter. That's helpful, I think. But there is still left, because Article 2 was rejected at town meeting, 4 committees that are really advisory. The Recreation Committee was the one that objected and won the day on that vote, partly because we had not had time to discuss this with them. And so I guess in this one, we're recommending a solution which we still have not had a chance to go to the Recreation Committee about because of meeting schedules. We're due to talk with them on Wednesday of this week.
Okay.
And what it would do is actually name all 5 of the governing bodies that appoint people to the CPC. And the Recreation Committee would be mentioned there as one of those committees. And that is there, this solution is recommended because when we talked with them after town meeting, that was one of the most important things that they felt differentiated themselves from the Beach Committee, the Human Services Committee, and the Waterways Committee.
That's a great way to look at it. Also, just tying it back to CPC, which is obviously, you know, it's just sort of a nice way of delineating that there are some differences in all of the important work that's done, but there really are some differences in some of these boards in the way they connect with, CPC. So that's really an interesting way to look at it.
And then on the next page, Thomas, we would continue with removing with the old Article 32 language, which would take those 4 committees out of the charter.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're interested, I will carry this to the Recreation Committee and talk with them and see how they're feeling about it. We can perhaps find some other solution, although this seems the most graceful. So that's an article that you might choose to take forward. Again, the house is not going to fall down if that language didn't get acted on. So that's that one. The other category are the 5 recommendations. And Thomas, that starts on page 7. And these are 5 recommendations that might be regrouped into 3 around the issue of the alignment of plans in the charter. I would guess that we feel this is the most significant area, which you folks in last November thought also was an important concept, but the language we had developed was in the weeds, kind of. And so we've stepped back and tried to recommend some other changes. Let me just point out to you that the strategic plan that you do, the local comprehensive plan that the planning board is responsible for generating ideas about, and the capital improvements plan are the 3 major plans mentioned in the charter, and they're all in each location given some attention. But there's nothing in the charter that talks about the fact that these 3 plans should be coordinated or consistent. There's nothing that assigns responsibility very clearly about that. The only language is the language we put in the last vote, which says that the select board will set up a schedule of meetings dealing with other committees that, so the 5 recommendations that are being made here are really to make very clear in the charter that it is not only important to have 3 separate plans, it is important that the 3 plans talk to each other, coordinate with each other, align with each other, whatever term you want to use. We've used the word be consistent, seek consistency. So I think, again, it's important whether you feel this needs to be carried forward as one of those significant issues. And it doesn't have to be 5 separate amendments. It could be 4. We might be able to reduce it even further and just select 1 or 2. I think the question there is, it would probably generate 3 or 4 amendments, 3 or 4 articles for the warrant. So you'd have those 3 or 4, and then we would have to choose whether, or you'd have to choose whether you'd want to do the committees and the committee chairman as the responsible party for excused absence. So I'll take a little more time with these just so that you can see them more clearly, and I hope not take too much of your time. If we can go to page 9, we come to the first of these, which is the select board's policy leadership. And this is where we run into the issue of leadership in the strategic plan. And if we can run that page just a little higher, yeah, you'll see that we've put in here an evaluation for consistency with the local comprehensive plan. And that not only should the plans be consistent, but agencies of the town should act in accordance. So we've generally suggested that the board shall issue procedures to assure the actions of town agencies are evaluated for consistency. So we've given to you that responsibility of making the strategic plan consistent with a local comprehensive plan and issuing procedures that agencies should act in accordance with them. If we go to the next page, this is a continuation of the same amendment, and roll it up a little further, Thomas, thank you. And here we have said that you should have a responsibility along with the planning board to vote on the elements of the plan and make recommendations to town meeting. You see that we've said there that we hope you will develop these in consensus with the planning board. But essentially, we've said it's possible that both the planning board and the select board will make recommendations that some of which could be different on an element. The point here is that we as the Charter Review Committee see the select board as the chief executive operating unit of the town, and feeling you should have the responsibility to not only accept what the planning board is doing, but actually make recommendations, either aligning with the planning board, or if you happen to disagree, in disagreement with the planning board. We're not telling you should be vetoing or overruling the planning board, but that you, as the select board, should have a voice. So that's one amendment. If we slide up to page 11, we go to the planning board. C46 is planning board. And we're kind of defining here, just for clarity, the process for moving local comprehensive plan elements forward. And we've said the planning board will be responsible for developing them, but then they will forward them to you for review and your vote and your recommendation concurrently with theirs. So that is an attempt to just bring the planning board article you saw and the select board article you saw and the planning board article into agreement. Let's move now, Thomas, to the next page, please, where we come to the town manager. And we've essentially said that the town manager, pursuant to procedures you have set up in that 2 amendments ago, will assure that the actions of town agency are evaluated for consistency with the local comprehensive plan, the strategic plan, and the capital improvements plan. Now, last year, we talked about this, and I think Mr. Sousa was very concerned that this could get very, very bureaucratic and onerous. And we don't want that. We were talking about language, I think, that talked about significant elements of the capital improvements plan. We're trying to avoid that. We're saying you can set up procedures, and the town manager can work according to those procedures, but it is important for town agencies to be aware of and to operate in accordance with these 3 plans. Now, Thomas, if you'll go to page 13, this is simply trying to keep things consistent and saying that the manager will prepare the 5-year capital improvement plan consistent with those 2 other plans. So this is our effort to take another shot at the importance that we feel belongs in the charter, not only to see that there are the 3 plans, but that the 3 plans are done in alignment with each other, and that town agencies feel some responsibility to be acting in direct accordance with those plans. Now, again, that's our recommendation. We can, I think, reorder it so that we tie things together, maybe 4 amendments if we tried to do the whole thing, or select 2 or 3 that we think are most important to keep it to a very small number. that we're taking forward to this November. And the rest of them, frankly, I think won't hurt to roll to November 2020, whatever it's going to be.
I know, right? That's
down
the
road.
$64,000 question. So, so what I think, what I'd like to do for this board is to give some direction to the committee, because they've done a lot of work and they keep winnowing down and really refining. And so if we think that we're going to have space, I know no one knows what's going to happen for November, but if we are thinking 2 articles, I think we should give some direction to the committee so that they're not doing, you know, presenting us with 5 and doing a lot of work. So we're down to 5. And then we're saying, you know what, we have room for 2. So I don't know if this board wants to give some type of guidance. I don't think we need a vote, but just some guidance so that the committee can, you know, just be very directed in their work.
I would suggest that I think it was 5 that we just talked about would be reasonable. That's half of what the work that they've done.
Sam, I saw your hand up.
Yes, I just think that the language that has to do with aligning the plans is an important one, because it tries to bring all the elements of the town's committees together in a sort of a more common view of what our future planning should be like. We've been working in silos too much, and I think pushing the responsibility onto the select board to try to coordinate and align these plans makes a lot of sense.
Any other thoughts?
Well, if you want thoughts, sometimes our strategic plans are different than the local comprehensive plan. We might have an initiative to deal with coastal resiliency in a certain time frame, or we want to put new roofs on all the schools, or we might have some particular goals that come up that are specific to this board. So it's not always going to be completely aligned, but I agree that it should be considered.
Right. And I mean, obviously the LCP is not, you know, I think when sometimes our action steps for the strategic plan, I mean, they're extremely specific, right? They're project specific. We're looking to do it in a short time frame. Like when we listed some of those things about public forums. I mean, that's not necessarily, that's outside of sort of what might be in the LCP in terms of the specificity of what we were doing. But I think the goal, the way I see it, is just that consideration, that looking at how are we moving in completely divergent directions, or are we, you know, kind of on the same track, and maybe we're talking about a few specific actions that might differ. But you know, I don't think that we've, in the time that I've done the strategic planning and participated in it, I know everybody has access to the local comprehensive plan, but it's not something that we necessarily build into our strategic planning session. And so, you know, I think that there are ways to kind of take a look at that. I think there's a lot of value in what the committee has offered around that issue. Any other thoughts? Do we want to, yes, Peter.
Yes, I think you should realize that we are not saying it has to be lockstep or there has to be complete harmony. The issue is an effort to align, an effort to be consistent.
Yeah, and to consider, as each side is doing something, to consider. Right. Frank, I saw your hand up.
Yes. Well, maybe you want to finish talking about the plans. I have a comment on something else.
Okay. So are folks comfortable with giving a direction of kind of a ballpark of 5, and then obviously if the whole world kind of crumbles further, you know, we're not under an obligation. If we get to a point where we're doing the same thing for fall that we had to do, you know, sort of triaging the most necessary articles because that's where things are, then that's where we are for the fall. But just giving some direction, are people comfortable with that number of 5? Yes, okay. So in terms of the number, I think that's what you're hearing from us, Peter. Thank you. Frank.
Well, I just wanted to make a comment on Peter's initial comment about the amendment to the article where you determine whether or not the vacancy on a committee. The Charter Review Committee is suggesting that the vacancy be determined by the chairman. These are for unexcused absences and voted by the board. I think this is it's a hole in the charter. There's no real way to determine whether or not there are excused absences or not. but also the solution I think is really non-controversial. I think this would just kind of go through without much comment and it would solve some problems. So I'm suggesting you might want to consider that one also.
Okay. Yep, good point. Solves some issues that we've struggled with, some committees. Okay. Any other questions for Peter or comments? All right, thank you. I mean, I think that we just please send our gratitude. It's a lot of work and really, I think some clearer language. So thank you very much.
For sure.
Thank you.
Take care.
Welcome.
Be well. Okay, next we have, let me just go through. We've done a lot of these items. We are going to have a discussion of special event schedule from September through December and follow-up actions. Mr. Suso, do you want to walk us through this particular part of the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. In your packet, there's a listing of all the special events from September through the end of the year that you have already approved. You'll recall that earlier in the year, those special events that went through the month of August, the board acted to cancel those, consistent with the emergency orders of Governor Baker. And now what lies ahead is September through December. So we provided a listing there. Things like wedding ceremonies, I think, can be generally accommodated, but you'll recall the confirmation that Governor Baker has now reduced the allowable numbers for outdoor events from 100 to 50. So it's made it even less likely, I should say, for any kind of significant public events to be held due to the pandemic. And so I thought it would be timely for the board to consider what you'd like to do, beginning with the events in September. And I know that we've had some individual contacts from a few of those, but we have notified all those that have been pre-approved that this would be discussed this evening with the board. You may or may not take any action on those. And you'll recall also that the board sent out a clear message that should any of these special events want to ask to be reconsidered, if they feel they can reorganize and operate fully within the governor's guidelines, they can be brought back, reviewed internally, as is our standard protocol, and therefore brought back to the board. So I wanted to bring those to you and see what your pleasure might be at this point.
Great, thank you. So any initial thoughts as we sort of take a look at, I mean, the events are very, they're really individual. I mean, when we have the estimated participants, we have some that are 3,000 potential attendees, like Striper Fest, and then you have, 30 participants for Pedal to Parcels bike rides. So I think, we have a wide range of events. Do folks, what is this board's feeling? Go ahead, Doug Jones.
I actually think the action we took for the summer made a lot of sense, and I would do the same thing for at least September and October, saying they were canceling them all, but if they want to come back and explain to us how they're going to run it in a way that fits within the governor's guidelines and our town guidelines, where I'll be open to reconsider. I think the numbers themselves, 50% participants might be okay depending on how they do it. So I would like to hear their plan as to how they do it.
Right, I mean,
Patterson second.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of these things that are, I'm looking at some of the things that are bike rides, even 100 participants spread across the bike path or whatever the route might be is very different than 100 participants all in one room together. So if they come back and let us know how they plan to stage their event, I think it's consistent with, what we did last time. I know that there were some individuals who are, I'll just ask if there are any questions or comments for folks to write them in the chat. I saw some people for some events that were still hanging around for a little bit. So let me ask this question though. I'm looking at things like wedding. I just want to differentiate. What about the wedding ceremonies where we're seeing like 23 people? Are we going to have them come back? Or are we going to say any event that is 50 or less? Well, are we going to make a delineation? I'm just trying to create a little bit less work for staff that they don't have to listen to, 10 different weddings that only have 23 or 15 people or whatever it might be. So,
My motion was the ones that we had already approved.
okay.
Maybe we could make a distinction between public events and private events.
Or maybe the number of people. So ones that we've approved that have 50 or fewer individuals. I'm just looking at a number of weddings and they're all well below it, 12 to 15. I would just hate for them to have to resubmit.
We haven't approved those yet.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. My apologies. I see what you're saying. I didn't see the, okay.
So on page one.
There's one that we've approved.
Right.
Right. But that one does say 60 to 70. So they'd probably still have to do the same thing.
Right.
Okay. So you're saying for all approved that we do the same as we did in the, okay. Let me just see, we do have a comment here. Okay, so if Zelda McGregor, if she wants to just type in what her question is, we'll go ahead and do that. And then, so any other discussion? Okay, so we have a motion to handle them the same way that we did over the summer events, and that's to, are we rescinding the approval? And then the individuals can come back and they can petition and share the ways in which they will run their event that will address the concerns that we have.
Well,
they said September, October. Do we want to consider how long we actually do this for? Do we want to add November and December?
I think that's a reality. Things aren't really going to be any different.
Okay, what's the board's feeling? I mean, I think, I mean, we're in August. If we go through the end of October, we're going to meet a lot. So we could, even in September, once school starts and gets underway, we might have, I mean, more information. Not that we get that many events other than the ones that are going to be really large that probably aren't going to happen, like the strolls and things like that. But whatever this board wants to do, if you want to do it through the end of the year, we can do that, or we can do it through October.
Well, if you do it through the end of the year, they can come back to you with a request that would be in compliance conceivably.
Right. In compliance with the governor's restrictions.
Exactly.
I think by just giving them notice now, it gives them more time to think about how they might come back with something that is, compliant.
So I'll change my motion to the end of the year.
I agree. My second holds.
Okay. And I'm just saying, I just want to answer this question before we take the vote. This is Zelda McGregor, who's with the Kerwin-Murray Tour de Falmouth, sponsored by the Falmouth Housing Corp. And she's noting that they've readapted their plan to conform with the governor's restrictions and ready to share that. So what I would say is at our very next meeting, we would put that on to see that plan, or does that go to you, Julian?
Well, normally we'd review that internally with all the departments. I notice in what you've approved, it mentions 100 participants.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the governor has asked that no outdoor activity exceed 50.
Right. I think it's a bike ride though. So depending on how they can probably stage it so they don't, it's a ride around the town. So in other words, I think they could probably address it. I haven't seen the plans, but to not have a congregation of more than 50 people. But so essentially what would happen is they would send that, they would provide that to your office, correct?
Yes.
And that would be reviewed and then back before us, because I think it's an October
Right.
date. So it's probably somewhat time sensitive, but I can say that we've, they can stagger the times is what she's saying. Okay, so the protocol would be to send the new plan to the town manager's office to be looked at. I think we understand the time sensitive nature. It's very early in October. That's when it's planned for. Obviously advertising and all of that would have to take place if it's going to be approved. So I think we turn these around fairly quickly. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? By roll call, Doug Brown,
Aye. Brown eye.
Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Okay, and we can get some more details to the folks for that ride and exactly how to do it. Okay, discussion of the future reopening of town hall, town buildings.
Well, Megan, we should probably, the new applications, what do we want to do about those now?
Well, I mean, if we're saying we're not approving any events, I mean,
Well, for instance, the 3 weddings you talked about that are all under 50 people.
Yeah.
So I think if we take those 3 separately, noting with the requirement that they have to be under 50 people and or comport with whatever, if the governor decreases that again, that it has to, I mean, if the governor decreases it back to 10 again, I think that that's what it has to be. So that would be, my motion would be to approve it as long as it conforms with whatever the governor's regulation is at that point in time on the number of people who can gather together.
I would second your motion if that's what you moved.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? English Braga, aye. Brown,
Brown eye.
Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Thank you.
And oh, go ahead, Doug. I think we were going to do the same thing I was going to do, which is bring up the other new permit requests that are larger.
I don't have any further to bring up.
Okay.
So the 3 others are the Where Are the Wings, which is the townwide scavenger hunt, which I don't think, I think when it was done in the past, it was families driving around town in a car doing the scavenger hunt. And so my understanding is it still could be run completely within the guidelines of the restrictions.
I guess what I would say for those folks those new ones, if we could reach out to them and just maybe rather than just really see what their thoughts are on how they plan to run it. Rather than kind of putting a whole bunch of parameters, if they can just be specific with us about how they plan to address those issues. Right. There's still time to approve those. So I would guess, so I would ask that Diane reach out, Mr. Suso, and ask those new applicants other than the weddings we just approved to share with us how they're going to address the issues that are before with the governor's restrictions.
To resubmit.
Yeah, or supplement.
Just supplement. They don't have to resubmit, but just supplement what their thoughts are and how they're going to adjust.
Okay. I think we're talking about 2, Where Are the Wings and Buzzards Bay Watershed Ride?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Town hall. Sorry, we gave Mr. Suso a lot of instructions and then we're asking him to let us know what's happening with town hall.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd sent the board a note with my thoughts on potential timing for reopening of town hall, town buildings to the public, suggesting that again, it was a fairly significant couple paragraph email, but in the best interest of the health of town employees as well as the health of the public, that this not occur until a date later in the month of September. And I think that'll do a couple things that will get us beyond the traditional and historic surge of population that we're in the midst of now and settle those issues down a bit and give us a chance also to see what other kind of directives we receive from Governor Baker. And lastly, get us to the point where potentially the Falmouth schools are reopening as well.
Any thoughts on or questions for Mr. Suso?
I support the suggestion.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Sorry.
And I think it's one of those things where, we have to think about the well-being of our staff and the functioning of the town offices. So I think there needs to be an adaptive process where we're just constantly monitoring what's going on. But I think being extra cautious is the right approach. And
Any other thoughts? I think just to emphasize that, while the building may not be accessible to the public, that work is ongoing there. So we really want to make sure people understand that the needs that they might have, in terms of interacting and having things addressed at town hall, that should still continue. And if they're struggling with how to do that, because they're normally the kind of person who's shows up there in person, and we know we have a lot of people that like to pay their bills in person, that feel really comfortable doing all of that, to call and get the information. There are some drop boxes, all of that. But I think that we just want to make sure people don't have the misconception that work isn't happening there, or that people aren't at work at their normal doing their normal duties. We are just sort of managing the physical space of the facility. And what goes on there is still taking place. So I just want to make sure people understand that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I just interject as well, just to piggyback on your helpful comments? I just want to underscore, I know we've posted a few things on the website periodically, happy to continue to update that since March 18th, when Town Hall was officially closed to the public, and many other town halls throughout the Commonwealth were as well. The vast majority of town employees have continued to work. They've had no interruptions in their schedules. They've been there every workday. I can attest to that personally. And that's been at a time when some other communities have not acted in that same way. We've declared all of our municipal services to residents as essential, and all employees of the town as essential as well. Not all communities did that, but I think it's reflective of the fact that Falmouth, unlike, for instance, several other communities on the Cape, as well as in the Commonwealth, we're what we call a full service municipal community. We provide the full range of services, including some that many other communities don't provide, like regular trash pickup for residences, and water and sewer services, full water and wastewater, et cetera, et cetera. And I just want to acknowledge and thank my fellow employees who have continued to show up day after day at a time when many people were very fearful about their personal health. And we've set up guidelines and followed strict protocols internally. And those are the same kinds of processes that we would respectfully ask the public to continue to recognize and follow as well once we do reopen. Again, that's social distancing, utilization of face coverings or masks. We're also making some adjustments internally in protective barriers, again, consistent with guidelines set up by Governor Baker and his various task forces. So that has all been underway and is continuing. And it's not just Town Hall, but other town buildings as well. And it has been a dynamic process that we've had all of our town employees through their office managers and department heads significantly involved in. So I really want to thank all town employees for stepping up during this challenging time and continuing to step up day after day. We're now into and beyond our 5th month, and it's a process that nobody would have ever dreamed would have gone this long, and yet it continues, and they continue to function. And they have my utmost respect and appreciation for that as town manager, and I want to underscore that as well.
Thank you, and certainly we share in really just being so grateful for the work that people continue with all the challenges that we know folks have. I think we've done our meeting minutes, and so we are on individual select board members' reports at 11:18. So I don't want to report, but I just want to say 2 quick things. One, in case people missed it in the press release, we did talk. There was a meeting with relevant department heads, with town manager, Vice Chair Brown and I were part of the conversation about trying to offer more parking at the resident beaches. So that process is underway, not fully opening them because obviously we have concerns about, still concerns about safety and social distancing, but in the beaches that we have more room. So not Old Silver and not Chappaquiddick, because those are highly utilized, beaches where we already have a tough time getting people to spread out the way they need to. But some of the other beaches, trying to make more room so that there's more space for residents and to really respond to that concern that a lot of residents have raised about not being able, especially some of our older residents, about not being able to access the beaches to enjoy them. And so we are continuing to monitor that, continuing to work on it. We recognize it's very frustrating. There's no simple solution, but we are trying to respond and make adjustments as we go forward. And then the other thing I would say, I should have said this under recognition, I just want to really recognize the Falmouth Public Libraries. They are just, it's amazing. I mean, they are managing getting books out to people, and the system is just very efficient. And in a time when, kids in particular are stuck at home and you've read every book that you own 7 times and you just need something fresh, it's just wonderful to be able to go and pick up a bag of books and to kind of carry on as we normally would. And I know that has taken a lot of effort, a lot of moving parts to that. So huge thank you to our librarians. Sam, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah. 2 things. Well, first of all, a reminder, I think most of you probably got the email from Ed McMahon on the Cape Cod and Islands Selectmen and Counselors Association meeting this Friday morning at 7:30. And our own Michael Palmer is going to be talking about the mail-in balloting experience and then challenges moving forward, along with Colette Williams from the Brewster town. And then also Christy Senatori is going to be talking to us about the census activities and its importance to us. And then the last thing I want to mention kind of goes along with much of the discussions we've just been having, and that's that the school committee held a parent forum this past Tuesday to really try to relate to all of the parents who are trying to figure out what's going to happen with their children in September. And it's a dynamic and adaptive kind of thing that's going on. If you're listening to the news, colleges and school systems around the country are dealing with the same sort of thing. But really, there's sort of 3 models: totally remote learning, then there's the sort of the traditional physically present model, and then all the mixes that go along with it. But then there's a hybrid, which is sort of half the students in school and half the students at home. They would not be consistent through all grades, so they're looking at all options. I can tell you that they're looking at all the logistics of transportation, and it's a very complex thing. And Patrick Murphy has already ordered a whole bunch of personal protection equipment, both for students and for staff. The issues around special needs, they're even looking at masks that have a clear vinyl section so that the student can actually see the vocalization of words, which is important for English as a second language speakers and for many special needs students as well. Very complicated. They're doing their best to try to get their arms around it, and I really just want to shout out how impressed I was at how the staff and teachers are working. There's going to be special professional development courses that will be carried out at the beginning of the school year to try to help teachers come up to speed on various alternative techniques that they can use to teach the various subjects during this period of COVID handicap, if you will, and how students are taught. So those are the 2 things I wanted to mention to you.
Great, thank you very much, Sam. Anyone else? Go ahead, Nancy, and then Doug Brown.
Mine's actually a question through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Suso. Can we get a list of the subcommittees that we have, when they meet and who the chairperson is? Just I'm thinking moving forward and being more involved in those meetings. That would be great. Thank you.
That'd be great. Diane does such a great job of keeping track of all of that. So thank you. That would be helpful, especially because we just reorganized in a time when the meetings really weren't happening. So that would be helpful. Great suggestion. Doug Brown.
Just want to report that the Assembly meeting last week, the Charter Review Committee for the Assembly recommended that the term remain the same at 2 years. They were considering whether or not they wanted to change it to 4 years. They were also considering whether or not to add a recall for not only commissioners, but Assembly members. And since the recommendation was to stay with the 2 years, they also recommended that the recall only be for commissioners and not the Assembly. So that's the latest.
Thank you. Mr. Suso, Town Manager's report.
Certainly, thank you. Last Thursday, I and Peter Johnson Staub met with Select Board Member Doug Brown and the Marks Building Advisory Committee. They had a virtual meeting, and we discussed procedures and processes anticipated going forward. So that was a helpful re-engagement after several months of not being able to meet, along with many other committees, of course. And also, as a reminder, the board's annual strategic plan retreat set for next Monday, August 17th, and your last regular business meeting for the month of August is Monday, August 24th. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And just a reminder as to the strategic planning, we will be, I'll just say, you know, what my thought was, I really do like meeting in person for that, because it's just very hard to do the type of work we do like this for strategic planning. So we're looking into a space that would be big enough, maybe the high school auditorium, the stage, that would allow us to be socially distanced, but it's quiet and it would just be us, and allows for room for anyone from the public. Not that we'd get too many folks, but it would allow for that should someone show up, and we would still be in compliance with the governor's mandates around spacing and the number of people. So we're looking into that. If anyone has any concerns, please just email me directly. We don't want to email it out to everyone because of open meeting law, but if you have concerns about how we do it, if you'd prefer it to be virtual, just let us know, or if there's concerns about that timing or the date or anything like that. But we'll be sorting through that shortly and have those details.
Is it a start time of 5 o'clock? What's the start time of the retreat?
I think it's usually
it's been 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, yeah. And we've had sort of pizza in the past because you work straight, through. So, but we'll get all those details. We're still trying to just coordinate. So, okay. I would take any motion if Doug Jones has it.
I move we adjourn.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Anderson, second.
Okay. All those in favor? English Braga, aye. Brown?
Brown, aye.
Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
All right. Thank you all. Sorry again for the late hour. Really appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Megan.
Good night.